जिंदगी बहुत आसान है। अपने पास आने के लिए नहीं कर सकता, दोस्तों को फंड ट्रांसफर कर सकता हूँ और सबसे जरूरी बात, अपने यूटिलिटी बिल पे कर सकता हूँ सिर्फ अपने फिंगरप्रिंट्स से। बैंक इस्लामी जिंदगी वाकई बहुत आसान है। बैंक इस्लामी serving you different way.
अरे घर से मुझे ना दिया सौदे के लिए और एटीएम कार्ड तो मैं घर भूल गया था, लेकिन बैंक इस्लामी की वन टच बैंकिंग से मैं किसी भी ब्रांच से पैसे निकाल सकता हूँ और वो भी सिर्फ अपने लंबे इंट्रोडक्शन पे। बैंक इस्लामी ने जिंदगी आसान कर दी।
Serving you the right way.
Panel discussion. मैं ये अच्छा ठीक है, आप आगे क्वेश्चन आप बैठे between like जो हम लोग टी ब्रेक इस वक्त उनको हमारी ऑडियो जा रही है, इधर ऑडियो जा रही है इसकी
I started taking day by chance. I studied engineering from a Oregon shower and wanted to go to an engineering university to study further. However, I didn't get any admission. So a dear friend of mine told me to start CPEC. So I started. I always wanted to follow my father, who was a businessman in the shower, and also wanted my parents to be an entrepreneur. And that's why CPEC is so interesting. The first few papers were very interesting. I loved it. When I got my first global position in the paper of time, there was not anymore. I have a total of 1 global and 2 national positions, and I'm also a second top affiliate in the center of The next step was landing a job. I applied at KPMG and alhamdulillah, I got it without any. My dream was becoming an entrepreneur. I have no faith. That was my become Allah the Ta'ala.
पेशावर में निजी इदारे की तालिबान फिक्रा का ताल्लुक तो गैर कानूनी है, मगर शोहरत आलमी सतह पर है। बरतानवी यूनिवर्सिटी ने एनसीसीए के इम्तिहान का इनकार किया, तो सूत्रों ने मैनेजमेंट इंफॉर्मेशन के पर्चे में दिए 100% नंबर। मैनेजमेंट इंफॉर्मेशन एनसीसीए फाउंडेशन का एक सेकंड सब्जेक्ट है, आउट ऑफ 70 सब्जेक्ट्स में उसने इसमें 100 मार्क्स लिए हैं। 180 ममालिक
बातें कर लेंगे यार, तो बातें कर लेंगे, कुर्सियों की बड़ी पड़ी हुई है। ये समझते ही
distinguished guests, worthy panelists, keynote speakers, representatives of ACCA, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good evening. I would like to request you to kindly rise in your seats for the national anthem, please. Thank you. Today, we have gathered here to attend the third edition of Corporate Networking Conference on the theme KP, Pakistan's Gateway to Economic Prosperity, organized by ACCA with the intention to create a forum where we discuss that academia, industry, public sector, tourism, and digitization are the ultimate drivers towards economic prosperity. ACCA aims to portray all those three drivers, including ease of doing business, digital transformation, and inclusive entrepreneurial ecosystem, which play vital role to the economy of Pakistan. Before we start the event formally, I would like to invite on stage Professor of Peace and Conflict Studies, Dr. Jameel Ahmed. He's a writer and has been in touch with the TV screen as a senior artist since 1992. Today, he's going to share the softer image of KB through his narrative. Sir, if we can have you on stage, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much for inviting me here today to share my views. The topic that I was given is to discuss the evolution of culture in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and then to relate it with the economic prosperity of Pakistan. And the time slot given was 7 minutes. So till coming here, I was thinking how to do it. In 7 minutes, thinking about evolution of culture. And evolution of culture, when we say we are talking about by the writings of the first historian Herodotus through Alexander the Great, and then thinking about Gandharan civilization, and then taking it to Guru Nanak, and then about the walled city and the various invasions and the various wars, and all those happenings. Then the migration movements, then the people coming from Bamyan, starting from the river Amu deep into these valleys, and then talking about the Koh Suleiman and the grave of Qais Abdul Rashid. So it's a huge task. Then I thought, let's share something that I've experienced in this brief phase of 45 years of my life, because it's in itself a diversity of culture that I belong to this region, because my father is from Chitral, from Omir, one of the valley in Chitral, upper Chitral. My mother is from Swat, Padai, a small village in Balikot. And these two cultures got together in a relation in Kissa Khani Bazaar, where we have Chitrali Bazaar. A person marrying an illiterate, marrying a lady who is classmate of Suraya Khan, who became from Majabin Kasalbash. Suraya Auntie was her classmate. Living and born in Kisakhani, and I born in Shamli Katal, and when we would play in our childhood, we would climb from one building to another, while there was deep streets in there, in Shamli Katal, in Lekhi Nalbandi, in Lekhi Muhammad Shah. Then living in was near Wazir Bagh, Khan Maskari, Lekatut, where there are clusters. छोटे-छोटे महल्ले हैं, ये महल्ला बजौली का है, ये मोहम्मदाबाद है. They have their own food habitats and they have their own cultural centers. जब बचपन में खत लिखती थी मेरी माँ, तो महल्ले की तमाम खवातीन आकर खत लिखाया करती थी इनसे, क्योंकि पढ़ी लिखी खातून होती उस महल्ले. और वो खत की ड्यूटी फिर मेरी और मेरी बड़ी बहन की होती थी कि ये डाकखाने में डालना है। सो वी वुड ट्रैवल 1.5 किलोमीटर, एक लिफाफा लिए जाना, वो खत डाल के आना और फिर वो उसके साथ कुछ पैसे और वो सारी चीजें। वापसी में हमें गतूत से आगे कोई कन्वेंस नहीं होती थी, तो ये ईंटों के जो कार्ड्स हैं, फुल कार्ड्स, उसमें हम ट्रैवल करते। Then we have seen now BRT in construction in Peshawar, which is guaranteeing precision of time. There are many pros and cons of this BRT project, but to me it is a precision of time that you sit in a train and you say 6:23 by 8:24 I'll be at University Gate and you are there. That precision is the ultimate goal in any urbanized social spectrum. With all these historical movements, when we talk about the cultural diversity in this land, बहुत सारी जो माइग्रेशन की मूवमेंट्स हुई, फॉर एग्जांपल जो हमारे सीनियर दोस्त हैं वहाँ पे यहाँ मौजूद हैं, दे रिमेंबर कि जब अफगान आए 2-3 वेव्स में आए और हर वेव में वो अपने साथ कुछ चीजें लेकर आए। जैसे जब पहली वेव आई जो पेरिफेरल एरिया से अफगान महाजरीन आए, तो अपने साथ लांदे का एक तस्वर बनाया। लांदे इज अ ट्रेडिशनल फूड, जब वो गोश्त को खुश्क करते हैं, इट इज सर्व्ड सो the urban population of Peshawar in the walled city learned how it is practiced. जब उसके बाद दूसरा वेव अर्बन अफगानियों का आया तो अपने साथ शादी हाल का तस्वर लेकर, and that was transformation of my cultural practices that we would do in Hujra, in Betak, in neighborhoods, in open fields, into a very formal structure in a marriage hall, where in various services that we would do through Hashar, the cultural practices वहाँ जहाँ पे जिसको हम पवार में या वही बोलते हैं, अब वो एक कमर्शियल एंटिटी बन गए। you give this service under certain payments। तो ये जो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन है, इसके साथ जो पॉलिटिक जो हमारी कल्चरल डाइवर्सिटी है, इसके साथ देखते हुए हम अब जो इकोनॉमिक अपॉर्चुनिटीज और स्पेशली ये जो इस रीजन में जो स्पेशली चाइना के साथ हमारा फ्यूचर का जो सीपेक का अगर हम पोस्ट कॉन्फ्लिक्ट सिचुएशन को देखते हैं, मर्जर ऑफ फाटा को देखते हैं, then we see what are the cultural sectors. So there are two issues that are important. One, can we compete in technology with the West or with the Chinese to speak of? No, we can't. So where we can come, what we can offer them? We have Pakhtun Wali, wherein there is a strong pillar called Milmastya. It's a behavior wherein you feel pride and you have value added, a responsibility, which because that is the essence that we have. Now, is it practically possible to sell this Milmastya? Yes, it's been practiced in Hunza and northern areas with the concept of paying guests. Because what is happening in Pashtun culture is that we attach sentiments to our cultural behaviors, while in business sentiments play a little role. There is a concept of profit and profit and loss. So there are many avenues in our behaviors, in our cultural practices, like the concept of Hujra and the concept of Jirga, which is basically the advanced concept of mediation. So if businesses are coming and you have licensed mediators, you can offer a lot. So in these 40 years of my life, I've seen much more transformation, and having two diverse cultures in my memory, I can see how important they are to understand each other. And this assimilation, how much it is conflicting an idea that when they assimilate, they confront each other, they challenge the values of each other. So when you talk about a culture totally alien, a culture of business, a culture of economics, where there is no value for the social values, so let's think about it, how it is going to happen. When I gave an example, like when I was for the first time hired for this copper mine project in Afghanistan, two drivers were serving this metallurgical company of China, MCC. One driver was paid 1,500 Afghanis a month. The second driver was paid 7,000 Afghanis a month. The difference was the 7,000 wala was knowing Chinese language. So one value addition of communication, uski selling life. Then another example I've seen in Banaras in India. Wherever you go in Banaras, every street boy is a tour guide. Everyone. अब जो किस्साखानी में पैदा हुआ है, जो पढ़ नहीं सका, अगर हम इस चीज को अडॉप्ट करें, तो अगर हम इंडस्ट्री में, टेक्नोलॉजी में, लो कास्ट प्रोडक्टिविटी और मार्केटिंग में अपने कंपटीटर से, चाहे वो पंजाब से हो या अब्रॉड से हो, मुकाबला नहीं कर सकते, तो उन चीजों में कर सकते हैं जब वो यहाँ आते हैं तो उनकी लेजर टाइम एक्टिविटीज किस में सर्व होंगी, बिकॉज दिस lane is fertile. Right from Gulami Khan, who was the very famous Indian movie hero, through Yusuf Khan, Dilip Kumar, through Firdoz Jamal, Kabir Khan, and the contemporary people working today on media, there are many legends. And ये लोग खुदरो हैं, इनके लिए कोई इंडस्ट्री नहीं थी जिन्होंने इनको इन पे इन्वेस्ट करके इनको पॉलिश किया. So there is a natural, fertility available in this land. What we all need is to invest a bit into them. Similarly, जो streets में लोग हैं, जिनको किस्साखानी का, शावली कताल का, डकी मुनव्वर शाह का, वो शोहदा वाक़या क्या हुआ था, ये तमाम चीजें डिटेल, वॉल सिटी कौन सी है, सर्की गेट क्या है, इसकी क्या वैल्यू है, ट्रेडिशनल फूड्स क्या है, ये तमाम चीजों का पता है. थोड़ी सी उन पे इन्वेस्टमेंट कर दी जाए, तो जो आपके टूरिस्ट आते हैं, इनको आप फ्री सर्विसेज देते हैं हम लोग एज ए मैटर ऑफ हॉस्पिटैलिटी, दिस कुड transform into an economic opportunity. You see, so my basic argument in the opening is that every behavior today in this capitalistic society is transformed into a cash economy. So what we have at our strength, let's make it an economic opportunity, transforming that into a cash economy. So we have human resource, we have natural resources, we have all the sectors, चाहे वो हिंदुओं की मजहबी इबादत की जगह हो, वो क्रिश्चियंस की हो, वो गुरुद्वारे हो, या वजीरबाग और शाहीबाग और जैसी बाकी इमारत हो, या वो बिहेवियर्स के हवाले से जो हमारी ट्रेडिशनल चीजें हैं, या हमारे फूड हैं, मटेरियल नॉन मटेरियल दोनों कल्चर के हवाले से वी आर रिच. It's only to channelize them, to provide opportunities, considering youth both educated and illiterate, who are well versed with the navigation and exchange और इस तरह की तमाम शहरों की. You see, from Peshawar, 1 hour distance, we have our own Mari, that is Tirale. From Banu, you have Shafal. There are a lot of beauty in all these regions. It's just a matter of how you bring peace, trust in state institution, and then providing value-added services, that is trainings to these people who to train them कि आपने कैसे ट्रांसफॉर्म करना है उन ट्रेडिशनल वैल्यूज को into a cash economy. In that field, we expect investment, and if that is realized, if that is identified, this region will not only become prosperous, but it will become a real haven for investors, and it will bloom like anything in the near future, because we expect that prosperity is coming because the conflicts in this region are transforming. They are going from South Asia towards Middle East. That's how we project things in the near future. So what would be behind? क्या हमने इस war zone region को इसी तरह छोड़ देना है? No. What इस vacuum को fill कैसे करना है? With providing opportunities in the field where we have our strengths, where we have the potential. I think with this chit I conclude, because it's very difficult for to talk about these vast areas and diverse fields in few minutes. Thank you very much for having me.
Very well said by Professor Jameel Ahmed. Let's turn our strengths into economic opportunities. Let's begin our conference with this motion. In order to formally start the conference, I would like to invite the Business Development Manager of ACCA Pakistan, Asad Malik Mahmood, for his welcome address. Asad has an extensive experience of more than 10 years and is currently looking after the KP market for the past 7 years. He will also share a brief overview of the conference.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum ji. I welcome all of my guests, conversation leaders, and everyone, especially our partners. मैं तहे दिल से आप सबका बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ कि आप सब ने हमें इस काबिल समझा, इस फोरम को इतनी अहमियत दी और आज यहाँ पर आप लोग आए। I'll start from what Jameel साहब said. और अगर मैं उसको बंद करूँ, एक पूरे समंदर को एक बोतल में बंद करूँ, तो actually there is a beginning to every beginning. और अगर इसी इन्वान को ज़हन में रखते हुए हम बात करें शावर के बारे में, so there are a number of exciting stories जिन पर हम बात कर सकते हैं और it's never ending process. So there is a lot जो कि यहाँ के लोगों ने यहाँ की ज़मीन ने यहाँ के लोगों को दिया है और उसी पे मैं फर्दर बात करते हुए थॉट प्रोसेस के थ्रू बिल्ड करना चाहूँगा। और वो ये है कि देयर वाज अ टाइम जब जो एक कंप्यूटर है वो एक पूरे कमरे के साइज का होता था और जब आपको कोई एक काम करने के लिए यू हैव टू गो 100 steps, you have to move 100 steps to make yourself enable और कुछ भी करने के लिए जिंदगी में आपको एक एफर्ट या 1000 पेजेस के ऊपर एक पूरा ओवरव्यू देखता होगा। Now we have entered into the smart world. We talk about the smart thought process, more and more enabling, and we want to see the complete story. Those वो 1000 सफ़ों का जो एक कहानी है उसको हम एक 1 page review में देखना चाहते हैं। तो जो दुनिया है with the passage of time वो integrated thought process के ऊपर believe करती है। So from working into the silos, जो integration का एक thought process है, that is very important. And if we start जो इस बार World Economic Forum की अगर हम बात करें, जो top of the line जिस तरफ दुनिया जिस डायरेक्शन में मूव हो रही है, तो वो भी cohesiveness की बात कर रही है, जो उसका एक core theme था इस बार का जो सब्जेक्ट था। So हमारा ये thought process था, मेरा एक vision था इन networking dinners को लेकर के हम कभी भी doing for the sake of doing ना करें, ठीक है, सिर्फ स्टैट्स बिल्ड ना करें, सिर्फ पिक्चर्स ना लें और घर चले जाएं, बल्कि एक वे फॉरवर्ड में एक अच्छी कंक्रीट कंट्रीब्यूशन करें और पॉजिटिवली एक पब्लिक वैल्यू के अंदर एक रोल प्ले करें। सो विजन ये था कि टू क्रिएट अ फोरम वेयर वी ब्रिंग इन all the colors at one forum. Either we talk about academia, industry, IT, digital transformation, और जो जैसे मिस विनिश ने काफी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिवली एक्सप्लेन किया अबाउट द कोर एजेंडास और इस साल के जो मेन गवर्नमेंट के भी नैरेटिव में कुछ चीजें हैं, स्पेशली हम बात करते हैं जो डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन की। सो इस सारे का एक फॉरम ऐसा क्रिएट हो जिस एक फॉरम से हम एक थ्रू आउट द सेक्टर्स एक रिफ्लेक्शन क्रिएट कर सकें। इसी पे फर्दर बात करने के लिए कि एसीसीए एग्जैक्टली किस थॉट प्रोसेस के गिर्द इस पे centric approach किस तरह से है और exclusive approach कैसे और at the same time how we see inclusivity in this. So all together एक integrated pattern मैं चाहूँगा कि इस पर further जो है बात करेंगे मेरे colleague. So I'll let Vinish to introduce my next colleague who can further talk about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Asad. I would now like to invite on stage the market head of ACCA Pakistan, Asad Hamid Khan, for his opening remarks on ACCA's contribution in KP towards prosperous Pakistan. He's a diversified leader with more than 15 years of experience in strategy, business planning, and development. Sir, we can have you on stage.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. Can we please have some energy in the room? Assalamu alaikum. Much better. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. A very warm welcome to everyone who is present today. They have taken out time. The ladies, the gentlemen, our esteemed keynote speakers, our worthy government officials, our esteemed panelists. So, I would say that Dinesh, Professor Jamil, and Asad, my namesake, they made my task easier into actually bringing out why we are standing or sitting here together today. The key theme for today, which we thought after great deliberation, seeing where KPK Khyber Pakhtunkhwa stands within the geographics of Pakistan, within the demographics of Pakistan, was KB as Pakistan's gateway to economic prosperity. Why did we pick this up? I think historically there's a great context to that. This has been the entry into this region for the original Silk Route, which we today call the Karakan. Why ACCA? What is ACCA? I think it's important to understand that aspect. ACCA is a global voice, has been in existence since 1904. Its birth, its very construct in itself is a very interesting scenario, where 8 people sat together and they said that we have to do something which redefines the way the accounting profession is operated, is delivered, is worked upon. And they worked on the very core focus of 3 themes, which was inclusivity. You would see that today's conversation has a lot of conversation around how we can make different segments within the KP, whether that's public sector, whether that's private sector. We talked about the academia. We talked about the diversity in terms of our social, I would say, or economic backgrounds. The women and men, their role within our economies. The next thing which brought them together about 115 years back was integrity. That everything and anything that we do has to have an element of accountability. We have to be ethical, we have to be honest, not just ourselves, but the others as well. Every act that we engage in or undertake has to have a certain public interest associated with that. That happens on a day-to-day basis, whether we are operating as individuals, as families, as communities, as cities, as provinces, as countries. Next, we talked about the computer now being brought into a chip, which is not even the size of, let's say, 1/50th of how a finger digit looks like. So innovation is all about embracing this diversity that we talked about. It's about that thinking ahead element where we feel that we can think ahead, collaborate, and create opportunities for all. And that is how innovation helps us identify the gaps, areas of improvement, areas where we need to develop ourselves further. Something that Professor Jamil mentioned was transformation, economic opportunity, trust, value addition. I think this is something which is all not just related to the societies that we operate in, but in the accounting profession itself. ACCA being a global voice, being a bold global voice, says that we're a force of public good. We have been leading the profession for the last 115 years, and we have been focusing on just one thing, and that has been creating opportunities. So just to link that in the Pakistan scenario and Pakistan's gateway to economic prosperity and the contribution to that. 2 years back, the ACCA members, we are a member body, they got together and they said that ACCA, just like working in the other 178 countries where we are operating, what is it that we can contribute to Pakistan, which resonates with the need of the day? So we came up with 3 themes. I'll just share with those. Our focus is that we will be positively and actively contributing to Pakistan's GDP growth and this rate or the benchmark that we have set ourselves. is an average growth rate of 7%. Let the current rate not discourage us, because it's an aim, something that you look forward to, you work towards, you rectify, you plan, you improve yourself. The other goal was that we are talking about foreign investment, local opportunities, job creation, embracing technology, simplification of taxation, documentation of economy. So there are two global indices which are very relevant and they're very talked about within an economic context, whether that's the private sector, the investment officials within the government itself, when your economic indicators are looked at. Is the ease of doing business index and is the global competitiveness. So we set ourselves as target that we will contribute towards Pakistan being ranked under 50 in both these indices. Again, we have made some rather a tremendous headway in the ease of doing business. And we will have the WhatsApp, I don't see him maybe sitting over here, the chairman of the KP Board of Investment and Trade. He'll be joining us later in the conference and sharing his views in terms of how KP's ease of doing business initiative is working and how that will contribute to Pakistan ranking as well. So with all these thoughts in mind, we now look at the opportunity that we have. We always say that we are among the top 25 economies in terms of GDP size. We very proudly say that we have over 100 million people within our population that are under the age of 25, let's say 30. So that's a workforce which is there for contribution. We talk about being among the top 5 milk producers. We talk about being among the top 4 in terms of freelancers. But why is this individual brilliance ranking not coming together and helping us being really number 1 in terms of developing the opportunities, developing our economies, whether that is at a community level? So I'm just trying to sum up with this focus on bringing it to the themes of today's conference, which is on digital transformation. It's on economic growth, sustainable development, innovation, digital. It's around the entrepreneurial ecosystem. It's about developing that future-ready talent that is not just work-ready in Pakistan's context, but is also work-ready in the context of the job demand globally. Historically, Pakistan has majorly focused on the export of goods, but we as ACCA have been advocating for the last 4 years that since we are among the top 5 populations in the world, why can't Pakistan be one of the top exporters in services? So what are the incentives? So that is an area I'm sure that will be picked up. Not to miss out the opportunity of the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, where ACCA is one of the very few accounting bodies, or maybe bodies globally, that we have presence in 24 countries out of the 65 countries that link the CPEC and the other corridors, which is the larger initiative called the China's Belt and Road Initiative. I'd conclude with this thought to all of us, that when we talk about the power of future ready, we recently got to know about this youth initiative where there's a lot of focus on empowering the youth with the skills of the future. So are we individually, as academians, as syllabus setters, as organizations, as the chambers of commerce, as the government, have we thought about bringing all that technology together onto a single platform where we can say that all this technology enablement in the different areas have been connected, so that we are able to really create and meet the demand of the skilled workforce that we need for the future. So when we talk about ACCA, that you will see, I would urge you to kindly go through our professional insight page. You will have that in your folder where you will see all the latest research reports that we have in connection to everything that is happening in Pakistan. In particular, the most recent one where we are talking about future ready careers. They are not just applying to the accountancy profession. You will see that the professional quotients of success the skills required, the adoption of technology, the embracing of transformation, the application of that mindset is required not just in this profession, but also in all other activities that our public and the private sector is working on. So I hope that you enjoy the rest of this conference, and today's conversations lead us all to develop an actionable agenda, like Asad Malik, my colleague, earlier said. Not just a conversation, but into an actionable agenda, which just not does not or is not restricted towards shaping KPK's prosperous future, but it also contributes to Pakistan's prosperous future. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Asad. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Mujahid Salim, Advisor on Economic Growth, USAID, for his keynote address on upscaling the economy of newly merged districts, ex-FATA. Mujahid Salim is a skilled economic growth expert with over 16 years of specialized experience in designing, developing, and managing development programs, especially in transitioning and conflict-affected environments. He has a proven track record in advising private and public sectors, donor agencies, and international institutions on a wide range of projects that are geared towards catalyzing economic growth. So if we can have him here on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. A very good afternoon. First, I was not expecting to speak at this time today. I was after 7 p.m. So I was sitting a bit relaxed. I was told a couple of minutes ago that it's your time. So please don't mind. After the patching other round, we are prepared with it. I thought I will hear from senior people and I will frame my argument accordingly. There are a number of senior people listed on the panel, but I will try to make a good thing out of it. First of all, I would like to congratulate the ACCA management for taking this great initiative, putting together this public and private sector stakeholders together to brainstorm on key issues and figure out a way forward to put the newly merged districts and also the broader region on path to economic prosperity. I would like to start by giving you an quick overview of what USAID has been doing in this region for the past 12-13 years. We started our most recent round of programming back in 2006 and 2007 from us called FATA. The FATA KP region throughout this last 12-13 years has been the mainstay of USAID programming in this region. We have been working very closely with the good unit of KP and FATA administration on a number of development and humanitarian assistance initiatives. When we started way back in 2006 and 2007, we started basically by consulting with the FATA Secretariat Management at that time and how best we can contribute to development of the FATA region. In the first phase of programming, we called it transitional initiative. They were the first movers immediately after military operations, particularly North FATA, Bajo, and Northern agencies. And they started with community development operations in the name of the government of Pakistan, FATA Secretariat. We never really branded our activities at that time. And all of our interventions were implemented in the name of the government. Shafiq Adil Khan Saab was one of the key architects of our programming at that time. We started working with him and with their priorities, we rolled out our program, which was gradually transitioned into, back in 2010 and 11, we launched what is our flagship program. But now in this region we call it FATA Infrastructure Program. That came about as a result of an agreement between the Secretary of State, Chief of the Army Staff at that time,
The TBS needs to invest in major infrastructure, basically promote or invigorate sustainable economic growth in this region. Within the FATA infrastructure program, I would just like to highlight the three key interventions which were instrumental in promoting economic activity in this region, which include three major trade corridors that we rebuilt or rehabilitated, including the Tarn-Mateen Road, including the Banu Ghulam Khan Road, and then in the later part of the program, Shah-Khan Road, which was widely rehabilitated as it carries most of the trade traffic between Pakistan, Afghanistan, and the Central Asian states. We also funded, we are very proud to have funded the Gomal Zam Dam and the irrigation system, which is the dam itself is located in the South Waziristan area, but the land that it irrigates is primarily falls in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and Town districts. It irrigates about 200,000 acres of land and can potentially turn around the economy of the southern KP region. We are still working very closely with the agriculture department on command area development, and we have kind of somewhat introduced a new approach to command area development into that program, which is a departure from traditional approach of government-centric approach to more of a putting private sector in front, promoting high-value vegetables, promoting horticulture to help people draw best value out of their land. And we have a great partnership with the agriculture department on that. We do expect some very good results coming in the next 2 or 3 years. It is now in the final stages of implementation. Apart from that, we have been working a lot on social service delivery, on reconstructing the schools, hospitals across the region, particularly in the NMDs and in the Malakand division. One of our key achievements that we are really proud of over the last 10, 12 years has been our work in the Malakand division. So immediately after the military operations in 2009, the USA was asked to step up and deliver humanitarian assistance to support rehabilitation or resettlement of roughly 2 million people which were moved out of Swat in the military operations. So we started with humanitarian assistance and we followed it up with a big reconstruction program which is still ongoing, which is called KP Reconstruction Program. And under this program, up until now, we have done a number of irrigation schemes, health scheme, water supply schemes, but our most significant contribution has been the reconstruction of more than 200 schools across the Malakand division, and which is now even expanded to some central KP districts after the 2010 floods. The schools which were damaged, we also included reconstruction under the KP program. I think it is worth mentioning that this program has been instrumental in restoring girls' education in South, which was a major victim of Taliban. We have been able to not only reconstruct schools, but also train teachers, work with the government on delivery of education. And PASA has been one of our great partners in this program throughout this phase. Now, kind of coming back to the main theme of today's seminar, that what is it that we have really done within the economic growth sector. So apart from the roads project that I mentioned, in Malakand division, I remember when we went to Shri Radisar and it was DG PASA at that time, it was 9 and 10. So one of his topmost priority was that how do we recapitalize the economy? How do we restore tourism? We need to kind of work on that. And we rolled out 3 or 4 very targeted interventions, which were kind of on the oversight statement to say instrumental in helping revive the economy of Malakand. That included rehabilitation of more than 250 hotels,
skills development training to more than 1,200 kids, and also restoration of trout fish farms. Working on the horticulture sector, we help to teach growers to get their agricultural produce back. And not only that, we also help them in kind of upscaling by improving their market linkages, helping them reach out to the higher market by facilitating their connections with Nestle and Pepsi and the big private sector players. So that was something that we did as a very holistic program in Malakand region, and perhaps that could also serve as a model moving forward for the merged areas. Our most significant programming for the merged areas was rolled in the realm of economic growth, was rolled out back in 2009 and 10, which we called FATA Livelihoods Program. And within that, there were a number of interventions focusing on micro and small enterprises, but I would like to just highlight one intervention which is very relevant and which offers a lot of potential moving forward for promoting economic growth in those areas. And that was our work in the marble sector. As some of you would know, especially our colleagues from SMEDA and some other relevant departments who have been working on the marble sector, USAID was the pioneer of developing marble sector strategy for Pakistan through our PICSTEC program back in 2007. And as a result of that program, the Pakistan Stone Development Company was established in 2007 and 8 to take a lead role of marble and granite sector or dimensional stones as a whole development across the country. In the erstwhile FATA, with the livelihood program, we were able to introduce 2 sets of machinery tools worth more than $3 million to basically facilitate transition from indiscriminate blasting to rock extraction of marble. As some of you who are familiar with the sector would know, our key challenge across the country in the marble sector is that we have very primitive mining practices. We blast mines, we lose about 70 to 80% values there, and then we get irregular boulders out of the mines, and as a result of indiscriminate blasting, we lose about 80% of mine life. So if you can work in a particular mine for 10 years, start blasting, you're not going to work more than 2 to 3 years. So that's a kind of long-term loss that we do, and also the material that we get out of it is of very low value, and a lot of wastage once you put it. You have a regular potato chip holder, you put it into a log, and you lose all the kind of very precious material. So we were able to introduce these blocks and turn those over to FATA Secretariat and PASTEC, and then they would release those out to different mine lease holders to promote block extraction. Unfortunately, due to the security environment and what happened after the latest round of militancy in FATA, that initiative couldn't really be expanded, but it offers a lot of potential now that FATA has been merged. We have a much better security environment, and the region now has a legal and regulatory framework to attract the private sector. That was kind of one of our major contributions towards mainstream economic activity, apart from our micro and small enterprises related work. In 2016, we launched our flagship economic stabilization program for the newly districts, particularly focusing on North FATA. And the idea was that the region is now stable and we can talk about long-term economic development. Up until that time, as most of you can appreciate, we were dealing with one crisis after another. So the work that we were doing in economic growth was mainly related to basic livelihood assistance and helping people kind of get back on their feet after displacement and militancy and all that. When we launched the program, there were a number of very promising long-term initiatives that we were aiming to implement. But unfortunately, after the APS incident, we were told to shift focus back to areas which saw military operations and displacement of population. So we had to turn our programming back towards humanitarian assistance and the basic level of
livelihood work. So currently, we see that is what we have been doing over the last 4 years. Now that, especially post-merger and with a much better security environment, alhamdulillah, we see now a potential to go back to mainstream economic growth interventions in the merged areas. We, through our 2 targeted programs, which includes the economic revitalization program being implemented by UNDP, with 2-3 major local NGOs as their implementing partner, including the SRSP, the Foundation, Ashu Foundation. And then we have a program on agriculture recovery, which is called the Agriculture Recovery Program being implemented by FAO. Together, these programs are worth about $25 million. They were launched in 2017, and the idea basically is to, in this short to medium term time, this is time that we have a foundation for long-term economic development. We focus on recapitalizing the economy, we focus on rehabilitating the economic activity which was disrupted by militancy, and we help promote long-term economic growth by building foundation, by putting in place the business enabling environment. These programs have been very successful up until now in providing grants to businesses, in providing innovation, business incubation support, in skill development interventions in some of the toughest parts of the region, and also in on the agriculture side of the programming. One of our major achievements has been to improve the market linkages for the small producers. What we have seen over the last 10 years extensively is that we go in with a typical set of programming, we rehabilitate infrastructure, we provide inputs to small farmers, and then we assume that this will continue now on its own. But what happens in this kind of a setting, especially in remote areas, you cannot really expect sustainable economic activity unless and until you put in place a market structure or link these farmers to higher markets to ensure that the profits, dividends keep coming. Because if you rehabilitate infrastructure for a farmer who has land of 1 to 2 acres, and the guy is sitting about 200-300 kilometers from the market, they still remain dependent on the existing structures. And they don't really have that kind of volume to reach out to the main markets on their own. So you need to put in place a system, you need to bring in intermediaries, you need to bring in the private sector, which can help these farmers grow out of their very basic cycle and invest into longer term economic activity. That is what we have been trying to do under the FA program, and we have very promising results, especially in off-season vegetables and the horticultures. And we aim to expand on it in other parts of it. Currently, it is working in 4 of the merged areas, 4 districts. That includes North and South Waziristan, Orakzai, and Khyber district. Moving forward, we would like to expand. One thing before I finish my argument, one thing that we have done under the UNDP program is to establish a consultative platform called Economic Cooperation and Development Forum. My ACCA friends are also part of it. We have key public-private sector stakeholders sitting on the forum, and the idea is that now that we have an opportunity in the shape of the tribal decade strategy, with a significant resource commitment, we have unprecedented political commitment for the development of merged areas. So we need to capitalize on this opportunity. We need to bring the right people around the table to tell us that what needs to happen to promote sustainable development of this area. And nobody else can guide us better than the stakeholders who have been working in that region. The aim for establishing the CDFA is to bring the policymakers, to bring the regulators on the same table with the stakeholders who have been working in those areas, who have been surviving
throughout this very tough phase of past 10 years of militancy and military operations, and hear from them and help them guide us how to prioritize and target our reach. We are working very closely with the government of KP on this initiative, and we are confident that the government will provide support to institutionalize such platforms and make those a regular feature to guide government's investments and policies moving forward. Having said that, we remain committed to support the government of KP's interventions for the development of merged areas. It will continue to remain the mainstay of USAID's programming. More than 90% of our total funding that is coming into Pakistan is being spent on merged areas, and that will remain, that will continue in the foreseeable future. Once again, I am grateful to the ACSCA management for providing me this opportunity to express my views, and I look forward to working with you. Thank you so much.
I would request you to be on stage for a while for the memento and the photograph, please. So if you can come back on stage. Present the memento, I would like to request Mr. Asad Amin Khan, Market Head, ACCA Pakistan, and Mr. Asad Malik Mahmood, Business Development Manager, ACCA Pakistan, to please join us on stage. Thank you, sir, once again, and we're extremely sorry for calling you earlier than your allotted time for the keynote address. Actually, we had representatives from the government for the keynote addresses too, and due to a cabinet meeting, they'll be joining us in the later half of the day. So thank you for coming. Now we proceed towards our first panel discussion on digital transformation and economic growth, journey towards sustainable development. I would like to request our worthy panelists to join us on stage while we call their names one by one. First, I would like to invite Dr. Muhammad Mohsin Khan, Director, Institute of Management Sciences, to join us on stage. Dr. Mohsin is fostering linkages with industry and improving the employability skills of the students, honing their skills for working in a knowledge economy, and conducting research that has an impact value for industry and the society. He is a member of the syndicate and also a member of the board of directors of various universities. Thank you, sir, for joining us here. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Shafiqur Rahman, CEO, Rahman Medical Institute. Mr. Shafiq is serving on the board of advisors at the National Incubation Center, Peshawar. He is also the general secretary for the Association of Medical Education and Research, a patron of the Genomics Society, and is a founding member of the Islamabad chapter of Entrepreneurs Organization, Islamabad. Thank you, sir, for joining us here. Our third panelist for today is Dr. Shehbaz Khan, Managing Director, KPIT Board. Dr. Shehbaz Khan has worked in leadership roles with provincial and federal government bodies, private and development sectors, specializing in developing digital policy and strategy for digital transformation at provincial scale with a focus on digital access, governance, economy, and skills. Thank you, sir, for joining us here today. Our fourth panelist for today is Dr. Sahibzada Ali Mahmood, Chief Strategy and Information Officer, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa Economic Zone. He's a co-developer of digital policy and developer of digital strategy for KP. He was among the two Pakistanis to win an award in the area of digital transformation at the World CIO 200 Summit 2019 held in UAE. He holds a US patent in the area of smart grids and has published more than 80 peer-reviewed papers in various reputed international journals and conferences. last panelist who's going to join us on stage right now is Syed Asmatullah, Executive Director, Audit and Assurance, Deloitte Pakistan Chartered Accountant. Sir, if you can have him on stage, please. I hand over the stage now to our moderator, Arif Masood Mirza, Regional Head of Policy Mesa, ACCA Pakistan. Arif Masood Mirza has more than 25 years of professional experience. Currently, he's working as Regional Head of Policy Mesa, ACCA Pakistan, and previously he was Head of ACCA Pakistan. Over to you, sir.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody, to members, non-member guests, delegates from different organizations, employers. Thank you very much for joining us. Just a little bit of housekeeping. If you can ensure that your mobile phones are switched off, we give them the courtesy that we can listen to their experiences, their insights, and hopefully those insights will help us in formulating in our own organizations future plans and strategies. It's a really important panel discussion. Before I start, let me just say I represent the policy agenda at ACCA. So policy agenda is basically, we're looking at the future, if you like, trends and patterns and mega forces to accountancy profession को impact करें. ताकि हमारे members को हैं जो various organizations में काम कर रहे हैं, so they can also then have a hand along ये कौन से forces हैं, चाहे वो technological forces हो, चाहे वो climate change के forces हो, चाहे वो youth dividend के forces हो, generational theories, कोई millennials हैं, कोई non-millennials हैं, कोई generation X है, Z है, all of this is going to impact how we plan for the future. So let's leave that aside and get these gentlemen talking about the digital transformation and economic growth. So let's break it down. The canvas बहुत बड़ा हो जाएगा. So let's try and keep it simple and digital transformation. Firstly, let's ask the IT people first to give us a definition. We hear this word quite a lot. So that canvas can't define that. So perhaps our friends in the IT people, just what is digital transformation?
Digital transformation is more like a journey. It's not an event that can take place at once. There are so many things that we have to enable before we can truly achieve digital transformation. The public sector की बात करें, which in itself is a giant. KP की जब हम बात करते हैं, there are over 170 autonomous institutions. Rolling out just one thing, targeting just one targeted intervention, जो कि digital transformation के enable कर सकता है. So that in itself is a lot challenging. For example, I'll give you one example. KP में when people apply for jobs, every institution there they have to receive applications. Mostly they were receiving applications in print. हमें बताया गया कि इसको आप ट्रांसफॉर्म करें and make just one platform जिसके थ्रू आप इसको enable करें. We enable that. हमने change management शुरू किया. So the technology part and the digital transformation is simple. It's the change management part that is difficult. So digital transformation has to be taken inclusively of all of that. So it's the human element that is more important than transformation. Technology is easy. Technology part of the digital transformation is easy. It's the change management and the human element which is definitely more challenging.
The people side, let me just get another definition on that, because I think the digital transformation, the definition is really vital. digitalization. So we make increasingly use of digital technologies to become more efficient, become more productive. I mean, when you talk about digital transformation, so it focuses on the people, the processes, and also it focuses on the technology. So technology is just one component, and it's usually the easiest part, just like Dr. Shahbaz rightly said. The difficult part is basically the change management, changing the culture of an organization. So if you have a digital native organization, right, it's going to be more strategically agile from the beginning. People are going to be digitally literate from the beginning, so it's easier to embrace the new technology and to transform the whole business and the business processes. But when you talk about the digital migrant organizations, which are not born digital, which are not technology-oriented organizations, which are large enterprises, the whole process tends to become more difficult. And it basically, like I said in the beginning, it's an end-to-end transformation. So it changes the way, when you talk about digital transformation, it changes the way how we think, how we do work, how we utilize our skills to perform tasks, to solve problems and generate results. So that is a little bit about digital transformation, and it happens at different stages. You start, I mean, some organizations can be categorized as digital starters, and there are certain prerequisites there. And then you basically go towards become a digitally mature organization when you start to become more data-driven, you adopt new technologies, like for example AI. So to become more competitive, essentially. When you talk about the public sector, the objective is to offer public service delivery in a better manner, to engage citizens in a better manner, to get their feedback, again to become increasingly data-driven. So there are so many different aspects connected to digital transformation. Defining it very simply won't do justice to the whole process. Right. So let's just move on to get opening to the degree. So I think there is a little bit of alignment because both of you touched upon that change management sort of transformation side of things.
Yes, so short answer, like when we were writing digital policy, we looked upon different definitions of digital transformation. There is no standard definition of digital transformation, neither defined by the ITU, World Economic Forum, World Bank, by anyone.
Right.
It's the people and the change management that has to be put in. That has to be aligned in order to make that journey successful.
So let's just bring in Dr. Mohsin, because a bit of what we've heard is there was a generational theory out there also. Different generations will have to be, if you like, part of this exercise. Young people, Johan, millennials, both are very easily technology ke saath, But again, when we heard earlier on, Dr. Jamil mentioned that Uski jo walda thi, she was writing letters and then sitting on a bullet card to go to the post office to post it. Up to हम letters अपने phone में ही लिखते हैं. We write little mini letters every sort of second. तो हम वो mini letters को dispatch कर देते हैं. आपके mind में ये जो employability side, because that's your specialty. आप अपने institution से young लोग जो हैं वो graduate हो रहे हैं. What type of skills do they need in the future? अगर 2 generations पहले तो खत लिखते थे हम by hand. Or post कर देते आगे जो 2 generations ahead क्या employability skills क्या चाहिए होंगे.
I will start with a very simple matter. Digital transformation, in my view, is if a common man is able to use technology to further his goals or to do his normal routine duties. For instance, in financial transactions and transfer of money, M-Pesa or Easy-Pesa or many others, where almost an illiterate person can transfer money, receive money or send money. That is a basic form of digital transformation. If a farmer can use his mobile phone to check the weather, whether it's a good day to start harvesting a crop or not, I think that is a basic digital transformation in our society, in our economy. Then when we're coming towards a more literate side, towards more educated people, especially if we are talking about students, it is a more reformed area. For instance, I'll give you a recent example, just last week's example. At the Institute of Management Sciences, we do believe and we do practice linkages with the government, linkages with the industry, and of course, our linkages with academia. So a month or so ago, we signed an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, with a private company, Khyber Private Limited, which is owned by Lexon Group. And we also signed an MOU with Dr. Shahbaz, KPIT board, where Khyber will train our students from 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. at our institute for a certain period of time, week or month. And then those students will get a job, will do some form of digital work at KPIT board from 7 to 1 a.m. Now, those young students, barely graduates, they will be earning money. And this will be the first step. Once they start earning money, once they practice what they've been taught, I think that digital transformation will go to the next step where they might be able to start their own startups. And they will not go to the government for jobs because they will not need to start a job. They will be giving jobs to others. So I think that will be digitalization in short way of our time.
Let's just come back to that in a second. Startups, entrepreneurs, jobs, because that takes us onto the economic growth part, whether that's going to be a sufficient multiplier to provide economic wealth for future generations. So we'll come back to that. Shafiq Sir, Revan Medical Institute. Now, we saw a lot of images of the technology that's being deployed on the screen. We saw images of very expensive machinery, etc. So just share with us very quickly, how is digital transforming the medical services sector? I'm assuming Revan is a private, but again, I've Googled and I know that the Hyderabad complex is also providing greater sort of digital processes in order to improve. So just share with the audience, medical services में digital कैसे हमारी जिंदगी हमारी lives better कर?
Yes, Revan Medical Institute has been there since 2002. It's a private healthcare institution located in Hyderabad. I'll touch upon some specific examples of what we've done at RMI with regards to digitization in our efforts over the years, and how healthcare as a whole is undergoing a massive transformation globally and what has been achieved so far. So talking about healthcare and how digital is impacting it, there's a couple of areas which I feel is a low-hanging fruit. So telehealth is one major area where there's a lot of work that has been done in different parts of the world, and in very layman terms, the ability to offer different healthcare services regardless of geographic location. And within telehealth, which is a big sphere on its own, the classic example is aromatic radiology. So you've got an abundance of digitally equipped diagnostic equipment all over the place, and the ability to read and report on those images is not commonly available, or they're available in certain pockets, let's say in the urban centers. Having those images available remotely using all the connectivity tools that are now available to us allows for that a better diagnostic tool to be made available to people in far-flung areas at much more reasonable cost. Other than that, electronic health records is the other major development over the last decade or so in many developing countries as well as in the developed world, where patient records are becoming more accessible, are archived for the longer term, and are being shared across the spectrum of caregivers, reducing a lot of waste, such as repeat investigations which might not normally be required if access to those records were available more effectively. So it's a number of areas where you can expand the argument for technology going on to precision medicine, where the unique genetic makeup of an individual is a better determinant of what kind of care should be provided to that patient and what kind of treatment that person requires. We at RMI started this journey more than a decade ago. When we realized that healthcare, as we see it, is being transformed all over the world. And as Dr. Shahbaz rightly said, technology has never been the prohibitive factor. It's never been the stumbling block. It's the other aspects around it. Neither has been cost, in our experience at least. cost has never been prohibitive. It's the change management which is really challenged. It's taken a lot longer than we thought it would, but I feel that we've made great strides working on the business side of it initially, ensuring our policies and procedures are well documented, suitably adhered to, and then taking it from there to ensure they're digitally transformed in order to achieve certain outcomes. Going digital, and it's quite a cliche as well when you say that digital is an enabler and it achieves certain things, but having clarity on what kind of outcomes you ultimately require of it is absolutely important. In our case, it will be bringing about greater efficiency, improving the quality of care you provide, increasing access, and improving transparency. And I think we've made great strides in that, but it's only the start. There's rapid transformation, things are changing all the time, and being agile enough to react to all those changes that are happening all over the world is essential for having a successful transformation.
So we have to get clarity over the outcomes, and then we look at how can digital technology help us to achieve the outcomes that we desire. Lastly, I'll come to you, Asma. You're part of the auditing profession. So, हमारे पास यहाँ एक mix है, of audit minds, accounting minds, and business people, etc. So I think just to bring in the digital transformation audit profession में भी काफी changes आए हैं. Lekin one of the changes I'm hearing is that with digital, there's an awful lot of data which is captured. A lot of that data was sensitive data. Medical related, personal records or आपके सेहत के मुताबिक या कोई भी data, there's a lot of sensitivity. Privacy जो है आजकल is a major management risk. So how does the audit profession deal with the digital transformation, which is then leading to all this data lying around? Is the audit profession going to be increasingly telling us the credibility of security around data?
Yes, thank you. And being an accountant or professional and being ACCA here among these big IT gurus, I'll try to explain our side of the profession here.
मुझे एक request मिली है कि हम उर्दू इंग्लिश दोनों में मिक्स करके ताकि ऑडियंस जो है वो सारी एंगेज हो. मैं तो अपनी तरफ से बड़ी मुश्किल से कोशिश कर रहा हूँ, as you can see, आप भी करेंगे.
चलिए हम ट्राई करते हैं. मुझे तो है मैं कुछ भी बात कर सकता हूँ being from Kolkata, so that is something I can असल में मैं जिस प्रोफेशन में हूँ वो ऑडिट एडवाइजरी है, एंड वो इंग्लिश में हमने सुना है if you can't beat them, join them. तो हमने वही किया. There are a lot of challenges हमें उस एस्पेक्ट से आ रही हैं कि टेक्नोलॉजी ने बहुत सारी इन्वेंशंस लेके आई हैं, कॉस्ट कटिंग के हवाले से, ज्यादा एश्योरेंस के हवाले से, डिफरेंट गुड रिजल्ट्स के हवाले से. तो उसमें IT we know कि वो एक क्रॉस कटिंग एट्रीब्यूट है. So what we did was that there are a lot of inventions, initiatives done in our profession. मैं 3-4 के हवाले से बात करना चाहूँगा to be very specific and summarize. We are moving towards the technology assurance. अब एक recent example दूँ, हम एक बहुत बड़ी telecom के लिए काम कर रहे थे in Pakistan with collaboration in our जो हमारा international member firm है. हम वहाँ पे we had to review 30,000 contracts, different contracts, और वो बहुत small contracts थे in different ones से different data हमें analyze करना था. उस data को हमने merge करना था and then come up with that उनको कुछ deviations बताना. So what we did was, and over time was just hardly 1-2 months, and that was not humanly possible थे उस वजह. So what we did was, with the help of technology, what we did is कि हमारे technology experts ने एक AI algorithm और solution develop किया और साथ में उसको लिंक कर दिया with technology side पे. Technology side पे देखते scanners हमने लिए जो optical scanners. So what we did was हमने being a technical not a technological, we work with a technology partner and we provide कि देखिए ये data आएगा, then आपको इस तरह से process करना है, उसका outcome ये होना चाहिए. So what happened was that कि हमने साथ में scanners लिए जो machine readable scanners थे, हमने वो 30,000 scanners हमने उस scanner के through scan करवाए. मैं अभी पाकिस्तान की बात कर रहा हूँ, that is all done in Islamabad. स्कैन करवाया, उसने उससे डेटा कलेक्ट किया, हमने कुछ बेसिस पे उसको चेक किया कि वो डेटा सही आ रहा है या नहीं आ रहा. So then it was processed because everything was done. Once the data is when the scanner scanned those data is accumulated, and then we come up with a solution just in a couple of days. So that was something. और उसने cost reduce की, number one, or better solution था उसमें human error, we removed the human error. That's one thing. उसके अलावा जो that's one aspect. So AI, and then going on to robotics, I don't want to go to that deeper. But उसके अलावा data analytics, we are using data analytics for two things. For that, हम use कर रहे हैं for the audit as well as for the advisory. क्या how we are doing that? हम data लेते हैं. You know, data is the next oil. They call it data is the next oil. Data, we collect the data from the organization, from the industry, and then we, based on that data, based on the historical trends, we try to predict the future. With the advent of the technology, with the data mining, we have hired data sciences in our firm now. They're working with us so we have actually we are now trying to adopt those technologies for different services. उससे फायदा क्या हो रहा है? हमें एक better solution मिल रहा है, और हम जो काम हम 5 साल के लिए, 10 साल के लिए एक जगह पे we are analyzing quarterly data for thousands of borrowers of a bank, not more than thousands, hundreds of thousands for a bank, और उसका हम quarterly trends past 10 years का कर रहे हैं. उसकी बेसिस पे वो सेक्टर बता रहा है कि एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में इन दिनों में वहां पे राइट ऑफ ज्यादा हो रहे हैं, वो डिफॉल्ट कर रहे हैं, क्यों? And then you check with those, then you got to know that March, December is, and from December to March, you can predict that is always the hardest time for them to repay. So there are a lot of other initiatives. I mean, if you can prolong this. So these are.
So I think let's get it down to a bit more basics. एक तो we heard in the past that जब भी कोई technological advances किसी industry में आए हैं, चाहे वो automobile industry हो, चाहे वो mining में हो, what happens is that we assume there's job losses. So technology and automation, और अभी भी यही हम assume कर रहे हैं that as automation and robotics and artificial intelligence, that there will be job losses. We live in a country where we need to create jobs, but yet we're talking about digital transformation and economic growth in the same sentence. Each one of you, how can digital transformation, increasing automation, in any definition, how will it create jobs for us? So who wants to start off first so that we can just get this out of the way?
Yeah, I think digital transformation is not only jobs to खत्म नहीं करें, it's sort of displacing jobs, and it is creating opportunities.
So what does that mean, sort of displacing?
So it's displacing jobs, for example, and it's also creating opportunities for other developing economies. For example, Mohsin Saab ने उसकी मिसाल दी, so KP के अंदर we are the first provincial government के उन्होंने we supported the BPO industry and the digital jobs project. We attracted some of the largest BPO companies in KP for the first time. Hyderabad से हम शुरू करें, 700 jobs हम offer करें in full time. They've hired from IM Sciences, Islamic College, UT Peshawar. In the next 2 years' time, we have a plan to expand into 5,000 BPO seats facility. And these are the jobs that are sort of displaced by automation in the developed countries, in North America and Europe, and some of that is being displaced even from even in the Eastern Europe. Now, if you look at the dynamics of this, हमने जब इसको शुरू किया, so a lot of the biggest BPO operators are shifting to Vietnam and Bangladesh from Pakistan, or the lowest rate जो कि उनको offer हो रहा था, that was $85 a seat. Just you can put in place one person or more per month. What we offered them as a deal is $55 a seat. Cost is not the only thing that we are offering them. In the facility where they will be working, there are 13 public sector universities in 5-kilometer radius. It's a safe place for women to work. Also,
And this was an opportunity for us that we capitalized on. So technology and digital transformation just a job in this case. So the public sector can then, I think the strategy should also be to capitalize on that opportunity उसको caching करें उसके ऊपर. And this is one aspect of it. Just kind of give you a second. There are a lot of other things. Digital economy and digital skills are the four main pillars जिसके बगैर digital transformation बड़े ख्याल में नहीं हो सकती. Digital Pakistan, which was recently launched, well, that's also has 5 pillars. 4 of those are similar to us, so we believe we are also ahead. Or Khyber Pakhtunkhwa is also following up on the footsteps that we have.
The displacement is all these.
Just add to that. Let's two examples that we're looking at the healthcare sector. Should people feel threatened that they're going to lose jobs because of technology? Yes and no. The age that we're going for, these skills acquired all the time is a necessity, it's not luxury. If people feel they're going to practice their most expected professions 10 years from now, the way they're doing it today, it will not happen. Healthcare की मिसाल लेते हुए 10-15 साल में huge wave और बहुत buzz था medical transcription निकालने. In West में obviously the clinicians do not have much time. They take the phone keeper अपनी सारी prescription पर record कराते हैं and then they outsource that to developing countries. India at the time कुछ पाकिस्तान में भी हो रहा था. So is that a career or is that a job that will remain today or in the next 10 years? No. I'm sure there's going to be algorithms, there's going to be electronic tools जो वही काम बहुत कम कीमत में बहुत ज़्यादा efficiency और accuracy के साथ कर लेंगे. I'm sure that's happening today as well. लेकिन क्या वो लोग unemployed हो जाएंगे या उनके skill enhancement की ज़रूरत और opportunity मिल सकती है.
Similarly, अगर हम medical transcription की जो outsourcing हुई थी, America में तो US में तो एक आम sort of a high school graduate was doing transcription. जब यहाँ outsource हुई, हमारे medical doctors were doing transcription. You know, is that the proper equation? Do we want to transfer such highly skilled doctors to do transcription?
Exactly. That's leading to another argument. No, that's not the equivalent, but the kind of money they were being paid at the time was a lucrative area, though you could argue that there's a wastage of those resources. But the point I'm trying to make here is that it's not sustainable. It's not something, I mean, as of today, you've got probably apps on your phone, you've got Dragon Speak and so many other technologies which can do the same at a far lower cost, at far greater accuracy. उसी का अगर equivalent हम आज के दिन देखें तो AI की किसी ने बात की बहुत ज़्यादा सुनने में आ रहा है how artificial intelligence can perform certain functions within healthcare at a far lower cost and far greater efficiency than human, बहुत ही experienced tradition. And the career or the profession that feels most threatened within healthcare today is radiology. Because radiology is nothing but image analysis. You've got a set of images, चाहे वो MR है, CT scan है, and a very trained eye looks at those images and draws inferences from that. कि ये malignant tumor है या कोई और specific issue है नहीं. And we've already seen examples how looking at breast cancer, mammogram में there is studies in China and elsewhere जहाँ पे AI-enabled tool काम बहुत बेहतर करें. So इसको दो तरह लिया जा सकता है.
लेकिन हमने ये workforce बनानी है to actually create the algorithms. You know, हमारी जो workforce है इस environment में, what are the skills they're going to need in this environment?
But just complete the argument. इसको दो तरह लिया जा सकता है. One argument would be, there's no point in going into radiology because 10 years later there's going to be computers doing radiology for you, so why go into it? Or the argument can be, there's always going to be a need for humans. It cannot be, the skill set required for the radiologist of tomorrow or 10 years from now is going to be far different to what it is today. It always has to be a collaboration. What layman terms will dekha jaye, what the AI tool is probably going to do for you is needle and haystack, for example. You don't have to go through 1,000 images. You'll probably be looking at a few images where there's a far greater likelihood there to be a problem. So वो skill set अगर transform नहीं होगा, yes, the radiologists of today are going to be redundant. However, if they continuously invest in themselves and upgrade themselves and see these technologies as partners in delivering a certain function, उनका काम diagnosis है. These are aids that are going to help them do the same. And we've seen that in a number of other sectors as well.
Let me take it very quickly on to Dr. Mohsin. We've heard some comments here. यहाँ पे audience में there must be parents, you know, their kids are at school, they're thinking about the future for them. हमारा जो typical South Asian future career जो होता है हम देखते हैं doctors, engineers. It used to be lawyers. I think everybody's forgot about lawyers now. You know, accountants. But they get geared on new skills which doctors, which CPEC has identified for the medical profession, which others have identified. What should be the KP, next generation in KP? What should be the educational choices for them? If the employment is going to change radically, what should be those choices?
I will just mention parents. So parents की तरफ भी जाऊंगा. Recently, one of our teams came back from Sri Lanka. There was an education expo there, और students को हम attract करना चाहते थे. Surprisingly, दो चीजें वहाँ पे सामने आई. एक तो although they are from same belt, Sri Lanka, India, Pakistan, the people they found there were very polite, literate, common people, and good working knowledge of English was good. अगर वो taxi driver है, वो rickshaw driver है, वो English आपको अच्छी तरीके से वो कर सकते हैं. Tourism की तरफ अगर आप देखें तो it's right for good tourism and there are a lot of good tourism facilities there. जो बच्चे आए और seeking information, उनके साथ parents जरूर थे, and parents and the kids were asking questions about our university, about Pakistan, about future programs. So number one here in our institution, I see parents are, some are involved, but they are not that much involved in what their students, their sons or daughters are doing at the graduate level. उन्हें पता भी नहीं होता. So they have the parents are themselves using technology. I think थोड़ा सा इसका trickle down effect होता जरूर होना चाहिए, होता भी students पे, उनके बच्चों पे. They start using computers, phones, mobile phones, not just for messages or video, normal Facebook, but some development work on that also. From our side, जैसे मैंने कहा, we have this collaboration with KP IT board, we have collaboration with ACCA also, with a private company. Universities have to look at it from that point of view, that in future, we can't work without computers, we can't work without technology. Recently, we started a new course in data sciences. We started a new program for us in BS in English. Why? Because we see those are the areas that we need to go into. That's what the economy is demanding, and that's what we need to prepare our students for. Earlier, you asked technology say job redundant हो जाएगी, radiology का एक big factor is there in health sciences. इस तरह बहुत चीजों में job redundant उस तरह तरीके से नहीं होगी, value addition होगी. For instance, एक घर की बात आप पेशावर में other cities also, domestic help के लिए आपके पास helpers आजकल नहीं मिलते, बहुत कम. You don't find the cook very readily available or other driver, etc. Robots in other countries are working as domestic helpers also. लेकिन robot को कौन बनाए? So your job displacement will be in a higher value added areas, but you have to be prepared for that. If you don't know what goes into a robot, how you prepare them, what technology is needed, then I think you will lose jobs.
Let's talk a little bit about these economic zones for the end there. We've heard from in the past, voting speakers mentioned BRI, CPEC. So there's an anticipation. You know, I think there's many people here. Energy projects are almost complete. This is the first phase. Everybody's now looking for that sustainable development part of the agenda. हमारी जो panel discussion का एक हिस्सा we forgot is the sustainable development. So there's an anticipation that these economic zones will attract investors, create jobs, create products and services from those zones for export, etc. What do we need to do in order to achieve that? And where does technology feature in that enterprise or economic zones part?
So अभी एक शुरू में एक स्पीच में भी BRI was mentioned. So in the Belt and Road Initiative, there are 6 economic corridors, and CPEC is the first economic corridor. It's the only economic corridor just with China ke saath. Only one country is involved, which is Pakistan. We have now entered into the second phase of CPEC, और उसमें एक component जो है वो है focuses on industrial development. The federal government has laid a lot of emphasis on development of special economic zones. Provincial government, जो KP की है, that is also giving a lot of importance to the development of special economic zones. Or special economic zones के through, the idea is to go towards an export-led economic growth model. The important thing is, अभी KP में अगर हम बात करें तो Rashtrakai is one of the prioritized special economic zones. ये develop होगा under the Industrial Cooperation Framework under CPEC. It's a CPEC project and it has a unique model. उसमें ये है कि it's a special economic zone, it's a CPEC project, and it's also developed under the Public-Private Partnership Framework, जो कि KP का है, KP Public-Private Partnership Act 2014. And we are going to develop Rashtrakai as a joint venture with a Chinese state-owned enterprise, which is China Road and Bridge Company. So we are almost done with all the processes, and work is expected to start very soon on the project. Special economic zones, there are about more than 5,400 special economic zones throughout the world in more than 140 countries. Unfortunately, more than 60 to 65% of the cases, they have been failures. क्योंकि देखिए special economic zone को develop करना, it's not rocket science, it's just like developing any real estate project. उसमें सबसे जो important चीज है कि आप offer क्या कर रहे हैं. So in a special economic zone, you offer some financial incentives which are mostly related to tax exemptions. अगर हम अभी की बात करें जो हमारा Federal SEC Act है, उसमें they are giving.
Let's just stick to the human resources. Okay, let's not drift away into the regulatory benefits. Let's just stick to the human resource. Productive workforce, a diverse, productive, learned workforce. Have we got that?
For high-tech SECs, no. So a lot of work has to be done. Or SECs if we are expecting foreign direct investment, obviously if new investors, foreign investors are going to come and invest here. So among other facilities, infrastructure related facilities, they are going to expect availability of qualified human resource, and that is very important. अगर हम अभी एक statistic को ले रहे हैं, अगर हमारा human development index जो है that is 46, which is very low. It's even lower than some of the African countries. So that gives us an indication that we are not utilizing 54% of our workforce productively. So a lot of effort needs to be put in that or उसमें KP DEFTA जो है, that has to play a very important role. And what we have done is that in one of the agreements, for example, I mentioned Rashtrakai, उसमें ये है कि the Chinese enterprises, they are going to train our local human resource, and they are going to be placed in some of these enterprises to start with. और ये Rashtrakai जो है, it's a general purpose special economic zone. In the second phase, we are going to focus on sector specific special economic zones, which are going to basically focus on the natural endowment that we have in KP. हमारा जो यहाँ पे natural resources हैं, to give our special economic zones a unique competitive advantage. लेकिन special economic zones को successful बनाने के लिए we need to make them competitive, and for that we have a few strategies in place. We are going to make use of that. और जब हम sector specific economic zones establish करेंगे और अपने district strength के ऊपर capitalize करेंगे, so that also will include a component of training our workforce to become, able to be adjusted in those economies.
So I think what we're getting to is that there are certain buttons that we really need to press in order to achieve success. हमारा जो prize है in Pakistan, it is the human pool that we have of young people. Unless we can train those young people, get them with the skills that foreign investors are looking for when they're coming. My mental image, whenever I think of China, I think of those huge factories, with hundreds of thousands of people working there, men and women together, highly productive, highly disciplined. And I think, well, how are we going to achieve that level of human capability? Anybody who wants to set up a mobile phone plant in Pakistan, and wants the productivity of millions of mobile phones, they're going to be looking for a workforce to do that. Anyway, leaving that aside, मुझे notice मिल गया था मेरा time खत्म हो रहा है. So, I think what we should do is open it up for questions because कोई panel जो है, we want to hear your thoughts as well. Any questions, please do ask them. Give me your name, your designation, and ask your question, and who you want to ask. If there's a hand all up at the
Right now अगर आप उसको जो global job portals हैं उसके ऊपर आप जाएं तो Amazon Web Service AWS के और 60,000 open jobs हैं जिसको हम fill in कर सकते हैं. Microsoft Azure के there are over 50,000 open jobs right now, and the annual payouts अगर आप as a freelance भी काम करें तो we're not talking about a BPO, we are talking about the higher end of the industry जिसके अंदर you can annually आपका 120,000 plus आप उससे ले सकते हैं. So what we did was we started a data skills training program in the name of KP Youth Empowerment Program, KPYP, because we believe that human element is the most important thing for a successful digital transformation. That's why it is one of the 4 pillars in our digital policy. तो ग्रेजुएट्स के लिए हमने वो प्लान शुरू किया. बीपीओ के अंदर हमने यूजर इंटरवेंशन किया जिसको अब स्केल हम करेंगे अगले 2 साल में to 5,000 seats. तो 5,000 बीपीओ को हम engage करेंगे that will cater for वो लोग जिनकी इतनी high end skills नहीं. So we will not want doctors to work as medical translation. इस तरह उसका जवाब शफीक ने बहुत अच्छा दिया कि lucrative नजर आया. That's why they ended up there. But we will never want them to end up in BPO. So out of 6,000 IT graduates being produced here in KP, out of 38 public and private sector universities, we have to divide them into across the spectrum. उसमें कुछ हैं जिनको हम Amazon के ऊपर डील करें and we have a successful program. There are good numbers that are reporting good earning in projects. And then we have to work on जो 36,000 आपके स्कूलों से बच्चे निकल के आएंगे, elementary secondary सरकारी स्कूलों से आपके स्टूडेंट. So what we did was we started a program जो कि अगर आप अभी YouTube पे आप जाके देखें code.org, ओबामा ने और जस्टिन ट्रूडो ने अपने ऑफिस में बच्चों को बुलाया and because they wanted to teach these kids during their early ages 6 or 7 grade के बच्चों को वो programming सिखाते because that's the language that these machines will speak. So acquiring it at an early age is easy. What we did हमने 600 स्कूलों में शुरू किया. 18,000 आपके सरकारी स्कूलों के बच्चे प्रोग्रामिंग अभी सीख रहे हैं. What they did was 3 competitions, national और KP के सरकारी स्कूलों के बच्चे ने first position जीत beating all of the वो स्कूल जिसमें आपके और शायद मेरे बच्चे पढ़ते हैं. और then they finally competed in Vietnam और last month they got the position in the international position competition में. Now this last चीज मैं इसको खत्म करता हूँ. दूसरा प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने 1 बिलियन ट्री का एक रेजोल्यूशन दिया. I don't know 1 billion trees लगे नहीं लगे, ज्यादा लगे कम लगे, irrespective of that. लेकिन KP was positioned as a province in Pakistan जो कि 1 billion trees plant कर रहा था. Right now, building on the early age programming project जो 3 सालों से KP में चला रहे हैं, over 18,000 kids are the beneficiaries. Right now we are launching another one कि हमारा हर बच्चा जो स्कूल से निकलेगा, irrespective कल को डॉक्टर बनता है, मेडिकल जाते हैं, फार्मेसी में जाते हैं, that kid would know Python. Because Python is something that a radiologist अपने उसके पास जो data आ रहा है, he can use it and analyze it better. So then we are talking about millions of workforce who would be who can be plugged into the high end of the skills in the industry for economy. We can capitalize on the opportunity.
So it sounds like coding skills are going to be essential skills for future employability. Any more questions?
Yeah. I have a question.
Oh yeah, one question. Let me sit down there and then we can wrap up after that.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. My good name is Lara Ferhat and I'm a student. My question is about the AI models, artificial intelligence. You talked about that it will be displacing the jobs. Yes, you're right, Mr. Shafiq. You said that the obsolete methods of technology should be replaced because we're moving towards a new generation and we should be displacing all those old technologies. But I believe AI models are more likely replacing human to machine communication to machine communication. So it's like they're totally displacing humans. It's machine to machine communication, not human to machine communication. How do you address that?
Right. इसके साथ कोई और question है हम दो अभी पूछेंगे you're talking about almost 5G type of technology. कोई और any more questions? No more questions. Okay, who do you want to answer that?
Anyone, Mr. Shabazz or
machine to machine हम totally eliminate हो जाएंगे. सामा भी machine होगा और खाना वाला भी machine होगा. अब ये कह रहे हैं.
Quick clarification on that. What I said was humans can never be out of the equation. What is important to note here is you can either have technology thrust upon you, if you've got no alternative but accept it, or you can embrace it when the time is right. There will always be a need for humans. We need to embrace technology and see it as an enabler, as a partner towards achieving whatever we're doing. If a medical practitioner is meant to treat patients, preventive healthcare, curative healthcare, ये technology है, चाहे AI-driven tools हों, these are only enablers. They will never replace the human need completely. लेकिन अगर इनको हम adopt नहीं करेंगे, वो pertinent उस वक्त question था, was क्या a radiologist अगर हम एक accounting session में बैठे हैं, the accountants of today or the accountants from 10 years from now. I mean, even today, no employer would probably employ an accountant who can actually know how to use computers, मैं Excel वगैरह use नहीं कर सकता. They have no career, they have no future whatsoever. The same equivalent applies to many other sectors as well. However, the requirement for human will always remain there. Skill set required for them to operate in their field will drastically change.
Asma, will accountants still be required in the future?
Yes, accountants will be required, but was one of our colleagues said that it's not the specialty you have today; it is the skill development in future. Now, today, as of now, we are pushing our staff and ourselves as well. After spending 20 years in this field, we are, just Dr. Saab mentioned that Python, we are learning Python now. We are going for the data sciences. You'll have to leverage your expertise with the technology. So it's not only accounting, it's not only medical, you'll have to merge together. And yes, there would be no jobs for those guys who only knows accounting. Yes, there would be you'll have to move on from accounting to advisory role. When I don't want to go there, there would be blockchain, there would be smart contracts. So the accounting, the hardcore, the basic accounting role would be out. It would be more the advisor and the future predictor rather than the accountant.
Thank you.
ACC probably ये group help कर सकते हैं in the journey of digital transformation. इन्होंने एक सवाल किया about MTM, machine to machine. There is a bigger group जो अगले 2 सालों के अंदर आ रहा है. Over the top. How many of you know about over the top OTTs जिसको हम कहते हैं? Right. So OTTs is your WhatsApp, your Facebook, your Instagram, कि आप किसी region के अंदर operate कर रहे हैं. आपके telcos के network के ऊपर they are making business है. Facebook का last quarter का revenue $16.4 billion, जो इसके अंदर China excluded है, China के अंदर banned है. North America का उनका 2.2 billion users में से सिर्फ 380 million है. The remaining is from South America, Indonesia, part of Europe and then Asia. हमने उनको नहीं रेगुलेट किया. हम telco से 90.5% इस सूबे के अंदर चार्ज करेंगे. Also charging them, income tax 2.5% उसे USF के अंदर उधर भी जा रहा है. We are not charging anything. Regulatory regime है नहीं.
and we're just like burdening these telcos. And MTM device manufacturers are also going to join the group once they would have the 5G trials. So I think there is a bigger, bigger thing to this picture. A regulatory regime in place on trade, and ACC can play a bigger role. KP Canada, we are presenting the first draft for OTT regulation to KPI. Okay, that's one bit where they can come, and then we are going to take it to PTA. Or probably, I think the input from ACCA will be very important, because that's not only a lot of value that we are losing on, we are also losing control. क्योंकि हमारा प्राइम मिनिस्टर मार्क ज़करबर्ग को सामने नहीं बैठा सकता कि जिस तरह उनके सेनेटर्स ने आके बैठाया था, but because of the lack of regulation, we are also making a lot of revenue. Plus, it is blocking way for our local entrepreneurs. क्योंकि कल को यहाँ पर, for example, जहांगीर एक Facebook बना रहे पाकिस्तान का, if he has a level, things like that. So probably ACC has equal role playing in the digital transformation.
Thank you very much. It looks like the accounting profession is secure and has a sustainable future. Again, let me end there. Thank you to the panelists. I think a big round of applause. I think we talked about the need for leadership, the need for managing the change, managing people's attitudes and their views around the technological advances. Thank you very much for sharing that. We talked about the need to transform the educational sector so that we come up with the right capabilities for the future. We need a future young workforce who have the right skills to be employed. There's no point in having skills where you're not going to be employed. So we talked about that. We talked about the economic zones. We must ensure that not only do they have the right benefits in terms of pecuniary benefits, but they need to have the right human resource as well. And on top of that, we need financial credibility. We need accountability of the finances, and we need financial stability as well in the economy. So thank you all very much. I'm going to hand back over to our MC. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Arif Sahab. I would like you to remain on stage and the panelists as well for the memento and the group photograph. For this, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Asad Hamid Khan, Market Head ACCA, and Harun Ahmad Jan, Regional Head for Media Member Affairs, MESA ACCA Pakistan. You can have you on stage, please. So we proceed towards the distribution of mementos. First of all, I would like to invite Dr. Muhammad Musin Khan. Mr. Shafiqur Rahman, CEO, Rahman Medical Institute.
Okay.
Dr. Shehbaz Khan, Managing Director, KPIT Board.
Okay.
Dr. Sahib Zada Ali Mahmood, Chief Strategy and Information Officer, KP Economic Zone. Mr. Sayyid Asmadullah, Executive Director, Audit and Assurance, Chartered Accountants. And if we can have Professor Jameel Ahmed on stage as well, if we can collect his memento, please. Professor Jameel Ahmed. We can have a group photograph with all the panelists.
Yes, you can.
I would request Mr. Haroon Ahmad Jan, Mr. Asad Hamid Khan, and Mr. Asad Malik to kindly remain on stage for the approved employers ceremony. ACCA recognizes the employers from across the sector to recognize those organizations that support ACCA under the approved employer program. We can have Hassan Dawood Bhatt Sahab as well. Let me call those organizations. First of all, I would like to call upon representative of DHA Peshawar, Director Finance DHA, Tayyab Mahmood. The next organization is Stanley Pharmaceuticals. I would like to call on stage Finance Manager Gul Nawaz Khan. I would like to invite on stage representative of the board consultants, Zainul Haq Aziz. And last but not the least, KPIT board, if we can have Shehbaz Khan Sahab and Muhammad Munir. Muhammad Monim. Now it's time to acknowledge the high achievers in ACCA qualification. We have fields for high achievers. And I would like to call on stage Aqsa Ghafoor for holding first position globally in FA1.
Okay.
A huge round of applause for Aqsa Ghafoor because, sir, you can stay on stage because she has also secured first position globally in FA2 as well. I would like to invite Abdul Hasib for securing first position globally in FA1. I would like to invite Muhammad Noman Khan for securing first for being worldwide topper in FA1 paper. Now I would like to invite Syed Saad Ahmed for being nationwide topper in MA1 paper. Syed Saad Ahmed. And the last is Muhammad Ismail for being nationwide topper for his MA1 paper. If you can have Muhammad Ismail on stage, please. Thank you so much for joining us. Yes. So now we'll proceed towards our tea and networking break. It's going to be 15 minutes, and I request if we can all be back by 6:40, so we can then resume the session.
इसकी मेरी फिर से दोबारा एक शॉर्ट सी रिक्वेस्ट है कि we are trying to catch up with the time, so 15 minutes. Thank you.
The future scams has become when it comes to apps, Bank of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa account through Bank of Khyber
सर हमारे कॉर्पोरेट में
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the next session. If you can kindly come back to your seats.
PSX में सारे चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स में जा रहे हैं काम ले रहा PhDs पढ़ा रही इससे बड़ा आपका सुपर सिस्टम ये जो रियल एस्टेट कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री अगर आपका
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, kindly come back to your seats so we can start with the next half of the session. We can have you back here. We're about to start the next half of the session. I'm thankful to the guests for taking back their seats so we can proceed the next half of the session. And the ones who are still at the back are requested to kindly take their seats. तमाम गेस्ट से रिक्वेस्ट है कि वो वापस अपनी सीट्स पर आ जाए ताकि हम इवेंट को दोबारा स्टार्ट करें। गाड़ी में रख के उधर लेके आते थे वो भी उधर आते थे So we'll start with our proceedings once again. We'll start with the keynote address. So thank you very much for settling down. And now I guess we can start with our proceedings at the later half of the session. We have an insightful keynote address on the topic of investment opportunities and ease of doing business in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. The speaker for the session is CEO KP Board of Investment and Trade Hassan Daud Butt. He is a recipient of Chinese commemorative medal by Chinese Ministry of Defense for improving Pak-China relations, and also a letter of commendation as member of the team for preparing long-term plan of CPEC. Sir, we can have you on stage for the talk. Thank you, sir. Dear guests, it's requested to kindly pay attention to the speaker, please.
Before I formally start my short talk, I'd like to thank Hassan, Arun and the Rainbow Group, which is gathered here, all shades, all colors, but all focused towards economic development of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Before I say what I have to say in a formal role, I would just like to highlight a few things. It's important for especially the youngsters to know. While working in CPEC for the last about 6 years and from its inception to just before months when I left and came here, I was lucky to participate in some of the international forums, including the BAO Forum, the World Economic Forum, and IMF related BRI discussions that we had. And some of the concerns that were highlighted earlier in the previous section, I think they were legitimate concerns. But all in all, when the world is talking about avatars and how would that impact, perhaps here, I would just like to make a small mention that in a country like ours and a province like our focus initially would be on industries relocation, where we can have more human resource employed, labor-intensive industry. So for that, perhaps in the next 10 years, what we see, at least for 5 years, we see like shoemaking, where Ethiopia has done wonderfully well, becoming the marketplace. What I'm trying to do is bring initially that sort of industry here, and then later support of the leadership. Inshallah, we'll have this latest state-of-the-art technology. Ladies and gentlemen, I would begin by saying that in the recent year, the global landscape is changing, and perhaps geopolitics is fast overtaking geoeconomics. But the most important thing and the main driver of economic change, perhaps, is technology. We just had a discussion on this: trade liberalization, free capital movement, advances in communication, seamless and unimpeded trade, and of course, creation of cross-border supply chains. This, while on one hand creates a lot of opportunities, brings a lot of challenges also. And it's up to us how to embrace that challenge. Also, it is widely said that history has no end, and we should talk about future, perhaps, especially with the youngsters and the group of best performers. Perhaps should focus on this a little more. This regional connectivity, which is happening thanks to BRI largely, places Khyber Pakhtunkhwa right in the center of the activity. And this discussion that we had, and I was part of this before I moved there, and the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi also spoke about it, is the Shah Kabul highway, and also DI Khan Shah highway, which will actually connect us largely with the CPEC routes, and also recently the inauguration of the Valia Mansehra section, and this will eventually go to Raipur and Khartoum. So new tourism corridors coming, new trade corridors coming, and I'm happy to report that Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, inshallah, is going to be the part of it. So, ladies and gentlemen, at a time when the region is fast moving towards integration and discussion on policies that can ensure
seamless and unimpeded trade are being discussed and being crafted. I believe the envisaged increase in trade and investment and financial flows through CPEC places Khyber Pakhtunkhwa at the center. In today's world, with fast development of science and technology and people ways of thinking, their ways of doing work, lives and ways of acquiring knowledge has profoundly changed. And as youngsters, you need to understand there will be no boundary for investment, there will be no boundary for knowledge, and there will be no boundary for human resource. If you get enabling environment in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, the investors will come and invest here. If you as human resource get enabling environment outside Pakistan, you will immediately be attracted to that and move there. So these things would not have boundaries, and you should prepare yourself accordingly, and we at the government level are also preparing ourselves. However, the fundamental solution for us at representing the government and you wherever you are, I'm half academia and half government, so I'll be devil's advocate wherever I can. And the fundamental solution for us lies in a homegrown reform and openness. And I like Chinese approach in this. I'm already known as amongst my friends as Panda because of my commitment, and my PhD was also on Chinese ways of doing projects management. So in that respect, perhaps we need to work on inclusive development, harmonious cooperation, and also the main cognizant of the competition that is coming along. To keep up with the change, the government of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa is bringing new reforms to rebrand Khyber Pakhtunkhwa as the preferred destination and creating enabling environment to facilitate investment, provide one window services through KPEC. And this will essentially be for not just the foreign investors, but also local investors. And we will also provide aftercare at Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and relevant provincial agencies are also, synergizing their efforts to increase investment in key sectors and facilitate existing industries. We have identified key sectors. We've looked at our natural endowment. What we're doing is trying to leverage that. Of course, I'm in continuous discussion with the academia at various institutions that what sort of human resource we would need in 5 years. And some of you are, mashallah, smart enough to actually gauge, and because you have more access to technology than we had when we were youngsters. So it also gives me very to inform that we have completed in last 6 months when I moved to Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. And people ask me now that why did you leave the center stage of CPEC and have moved to Khyber Pakhtunkhwa? I think Khyber Pakhtunkhwa offers me personally and as a province a lot of scope to work. And a lot of activities will now happen in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, whether you like it or not. And there will be good activities, whether you like it or not. So we've done mapping of NOCs, taxes across 15 different provincial government, and we are now, perhaps next week, we will take them to a ministerial committee for ease of doing business, and we will try to eliminate some of these duplication of NOCs and taxes so that we create that enabling environment. My competition, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and I'm happy to say this, is with Punjab and Sindh. We want to do better than them. We want to improve and be there where the investors would find ease of doing business. Just recently, and the government was quite active in this, was the opening up of the Torkham border, 24 hours opening up of Torkham border. We are already witnessing surge in trade activities. Lot of activities are happening. New terminals are being built. Today we had a meeting of economic development of Chitral. So these are, all we have to do is synergize this effort. All government bodies have to synergize, perhaps come up with actionable points with timeline, and we're doing that. And inshallah, you'll see profound improvement in the way that we present. I'm happy to report that although I'm passing through a honeymoon period right now, we report that I have the support of the government, and they are keen to actually take this ease of doing business initiative forward. And Lastly, I would also like to, and this involves justice again, is about the SME sector, new entrepreneurs. We are crafting new initiatives, incentives. Access to finances has been an issue, especially for new startups. We're looking at possibilities where, along with the central bank, we can create these initiatives. All is successfully done is that we build the right people, listen to us, and perhaps benefit from them. We are also aware that the quality of business environment is ranked second to access. And perhaps we need to bring in the value chain, build our capacity, and decide the end state, which we all know is perhaps making Khyber Pakhtunkhwa the gateway to economic prosperity of this country. We as the government understand that the path is steep, but the good news is that the government is willing and keen to improve the conditions of doing business. Lastly, I'm very fond of Ben Xiaoping's, what he's done to his country. So I will quote him here that, we will cross this river touching pebbles, and inshallah, or the distance of thousands of miles starts with its first step. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, and I would like you to please come on stage once again for receiving your memento. Have you on stage, please. To give away the memento, I would like to request Mr. Arif Masood Mirza and Mr. Asad Hamid Khan from ACCA's team to please join us here to give away the memento to our speaker for today's session, Hassan Dawood Bhatt.
I would also like to make a mention of Arif Saab and Asad Saab. One of the best report that was made on DRI and the possible, and I think all of you should go through that. When I was working with CPEC, was made by the two gentlemen at my both sides, and it was a wonderful literature. The Chinese have used it well. They've looked at how Pakistan can leverage DRI and CPEC.
Made in Pakistan, not in China. And the report that I think I've just mentioned, there's an app, ACCA का एक app है, वो the Insights app. अगर आप Google Play पे जाएं, और वो app आप download कर सकते हैं, and all our reports are on that app. And it's called the ACCA Insights app for your reports.
Thank you, sir. So before we proceed towards our second panel discussion for today, I would like to tell you that Professor Jameel Ahmed's introductory remark was featured by Kissa Khwanan, ACCA's community partner. So now let's proceed towards our second panel discussion on building an inclusive entrepreneurial ecosystem. I would like to invite the worthy guests on stage. First of all, I would like to invite Hassan Dawood Bhatt, CEO, KP Board of Investment and Trade on stage. You can have him on stage, please. The second panelist for today is Mr. Usman Zulfikar, Head of Academia at SCAN School of Accountancy, Peshawar. Mr. Usman has an extensive experience of more than 8 years. He's a qualified chartered accountant and is currently working as Head of Academia at SCAN School. We can have you here, please. Panelist for today is Mr. Mubarak Ali, Senior Faculty Member, Professionals Academy of Commerce. He has an extensive experience of more than 15 years in national and international organizations and firms, And he is also a trainer for accountancy and finance. We can have him answer. The fourth panelist for today is Ehsan, Managing Director, Acting Bank of Khyber. We can have you here on stage, sir. He has an extensive experience spanning over more than 25 years. His core areas of expertise include corporate and investment banking, risk management, project financing, and Islamic banking. The fifth panelist that we have for today is Faisal Jameel, Executive Vice President, LMKT. Faisal, if we can have Faisal on stage. He's a founding member of LMKT, where he works as an Executive Vice President. He's a member of the Oversight Committee for National Incubation Center Peshawar and Karachi. Faisal is a part of leadership team of Robin Hood Army, a cause to eliminate food wastage and reduce hunger. Now I will hand over the stage to our moderator for today's second panel discussion, Mariam Arshad, CEO, Impact Dynamics. Mariam is leading research across Pakistan on making workplaces more human through her enterprise Impact Dynamics, which besides encouraging curriculum for entrepreneurs, runs workshops on soft skills, providing solutions to the personal and communal issues at workplaces. Over to you, Mariam.
Thank you so much. Hello. Yeah. Thank you very much for the warm introduction. A very warm welcome to all the panelists who are here with us today. And Assalamu alaikum, and a very good evening to all of our participants who are here today, all the attendees at this wonderful initiative by the ACCA titled Khyber Pakhtunkhwa's Gateway to Economic Prosperity. There's absolutely no doubt how far we have come across, as a problem in terms of, development. And when you talk about development is not just in one particular sector. It is in academia. It is in the transformation through the entrepreneurial ecosystem that has actually not only prevailed but has mushroomed and grown in Peshawar and in KB in general. Other than that, in the banking industry, the banking sector, and the political landscape for that matter as well. And today's panel discussion is actually very interesting because we would be highlighting and touching base on diversity and inclusion in all of these sectors, in all of these spaces through entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is something that is driving the workforce, the workplace of the economy. And a very recent report by Google, published on Think with Google, actually said that 90% of the country is actually driven by SMEs, which is actually a very, very big number for that matter. So we have some very prominent people sitting over here, and I'd like this to be a very, very engaging dialogue. We'll be happy to take in questions from the audience as well. I would like to start with Faisal, he's sitting right across on the other side. Faisal, you have been involved with the National Incubation Centers, both in Karachi as well as the NIC over here in Peshawar. And I mean, when you talk about a good business, you just don't talk about a good go-to-market strategy. It's also about the outreach. How are the NICs facilitating outreach and support to all? And when you say all, it's all about inclusion, right?
Thank you, Mariam, and thank you. So I'm lucky that I'm managing two NICs at south end of the country and north end. So these incubation centers, whether inclusive entrepreneurship is basically just one of the things that whoever you are, regardless of your gender, regardless of your religion, regardless of your age, whether you're unemployed, you're a businessman, whoever you are and wherever you are, in the main metropolitan city or in a village or somewhere in the mountains. These incubation centers are there to provide support. If you want to start a business, these centers are there to support you. Primarily around three things: providing the pre-support that provide to start a business, providing access to all the mentors and coaches that you need along your journey, and of course, providing access to funds. So yes, the incubation centers provide a very important role to the ecosystem.
when you talk about outreach, another great thing that comes to my mind, and I'll pass this on to the academia right now. We have two people from the academia with us. So the question is addressed for you both. I mean, we've seen that schools at this point in time, and I'll talk about both private sector and also a government sector. We've seen that there are multiple new initiatives by the government, but hailing from academia, number one, my first question to you would be, how far do you see a shift in academia from churning A graders in schools towards incorporating and ensuring that it's skill-based learning, ensuring that there's inclusion for all, in terms of, because everybody is differently able, differently skilled for that matter. Whoever would like to go first.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you, Asad, as well for inviting me. And it is a privilege to be part of this gathering. Well, the question that you said that we have to shift students from A graders to the skill-based learning, as the first discussion took place on the IT and technology. So obviously, as the more economic development goes on, so there will be demand for more skill-based jobs, obviously. And that discussion also took place that we have to bring people, like technology cannot replace humans. So the old jobs has to be lost, and that is for sure. But there will be creation of new jobs, certainly. So we'll have to bring students from just pure academia to the skills-based, like competency professions. We have to spend in professions, obviously, in order to bring our human capital at par, because it's not just the human number that we have. Like in our KP, obviously, we have a human number, but it's not the human number that it counts. The quality of the labor counts in order to work. So it's not only the human capital, but the intellectual capital that has to be developed in order for the economy to grow, because economic growth will have a lot of factors that are involved, and all of those factors have to be in harmony. You cannot develop one side and then expect economic growth to happen. So all of the factors have to work in harmony to actually have the economic growth. Like if I mention the KP, we have all the natural resources. I don't think any province in Pakistan will have that much resources, the one we have in the KP. So we are full of, we have an abundance of resources, tourism, you can say. Right? The problem is how to utilize these resources. The problem is with the utilization of these resources, not just mere having resources is definitely not it. So we'll have to bring people at par and intellectual skills at par, and it will take solid planning, obviously, the government side as well, skill side as well. And there has to be availability of free capital. So it has to be free capital, the government policy, the human intellectual skills. So everything has to work together. If everything is not in harmony, it's very hard to expect it.
All right. More comments on the same?
बात कर रहे होते हैं स्किल्स डेवलप करने की, तो सबसे पहले तो देखें जो क्वालिफिकेशन है उसका सिलेबस, उसकी कोर्स कंटेंट को देखें। अगर आप एसीसी की प्योरली बात करते हैं, क्योंकि हम इस एकेडमिक सेक्टर से आ रहे हैं, तो जैसे आपकी मॉडर्न इकोनॉमीज इवोल्व कर रही है, इवॉल्व हो रही है, जैसे नई टेक्नोलॉजीज आ रही है, तो हमने उन्हीं नई टेक्नोलॉजीज को अपने सिलेबस का हिस्सा बना दिया। जैसे अभी आजकल का सबसे बेहतरीन टॉपिक चल रहा है डेटा एनालिटिक्स, तो डेटा एनालिटिक्स आपका सिलेबस का हिस्सा बन चुका है। सेकेंडली, हम लोगों ने जो हमारा एजुकेशन स्ट्रक्चर है, स्पेशली एसीसी की अगर हम बात करते हैं, मैं अपने एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूट की बात करूं, तो काफी इवॉल्व हो चुका है। हम लोग सिर्फ बच्चे को एकेडमिक साइड पे नहीं लेके जा रहे, बल्कि उसकी एकेडमिक पढ़ाई के अंदर ही रहते हुए उसे प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपोजर भी मिला। वो प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपोजर से सिर्फ मिल रहा है कि बीन सिमुलेशन नाम से एक सॉफ्टवेयर लाया गया, जिसमें आप प्रैक्टिकली क्लास के अंदर बच्चे को बता रहे हैं कि अब आपने ऑडिट, आप जो एसीसी के एग्जामिनेशन है वो कंप्यूटर बेस्ड, उस बच्चे को पढ़ाया कंप्यूटर के थ्रू जाता है, उसको टेस्ट कंप्यूटर के थ्रू किया जाता है, उसकी एग्जामिनेशन थ्रू आउट कंप्यूटर के थ्रू हो रही है। तो डेफिनेटली जो पुराने अकाउंटेंट्स हैं उनसे इनके जो कंप्यूटर स्किल्स है वो फार मोर बेटर है। और वो जब मार्केट में आप जा रहे हैं तो एक बेसिक कंप्यूटर नो हाउ भी है, बेसिक स्किल्स भी है कंप्यूटर के साथ साथ, जो टेक्नोलॉजी से वेल जो बेसिक टूल्स ऑफिस में यूज हो रहे हैं वो अपने एकेडमिक साइड पे भी पूरे कर रहे हैं। सो इस तरह जो चेंज मैनेजमेंट का प्रोसेस है वो एकदम से नहीं, लेकिन अगेन इस साइड गवर्नमेंट की सपोर्ट कुछ नहीं। अगर आप पब्लिक सेक्टर को देखें वहां से कोई सपोर्ट नहीं। एसीसी अपने पार्ट में तो कर रहा है, कॉलेजेस अपने पार्ट में तो कर रहे हैं, लेकिन अगर आप स्किल्स डेवलप करने की बात करें, हमारे पास जो बच्चा वो आ रहा है एक बेसिकली जो आपकी एलिमेंट्री एजुकेशन है, सेकेंडरी एजुकेशन है, हायर एजुकेशन है, उसमें इतनी डिस्पैरिटी है। आपके कुछ बच्चे जो गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज से आते हैं वो शायद कंप्यूटर चलाने ही नहीं जानते। हमारे पास बच्चा आता है, यही नहीं पता होता कंप्यूटर में ऑन कहाँ से होना। जब आप उस बच्चे को लेके चलते हैं, फिर हम उसके लिए कोर्सेज डिजाइन करते हैं, शॉर्ट कोर्सेज डिजाइन होते हैं, सो दैट वो इतना लिटरेट हो जाए कि उस कंप्यूटर को इस्तेमाल कर सके, उस पे एग्जामिनेशन दे सके। सो जो चेंज मैनेजमेंट है फॉर मी वो ग्रासरूट है। इतने ऊपर लेवल पे आप इसको एकदम चेंज कराना ये शायद मुमकिन नहीं। सो ये जैसे सर ने कहा कि ये सारी बात इंक्लूजन की है कि अगर हमारा एजुकेशन सिस्टम एज अ होल इंक्लूजन की तरफ जाए, एज अ होल इवॉल्व करेगा, तो फिर जाके स्किल्स का डेवलप हो सकता है। अदर देन जब आप एक कंटेम्प्रेरी अप्रोच को लेके चलेंगे, बच्चा एकेडमिकली वो स्ट्रांग हो जाएगा, लेकिन उसमें शायद वो स्किल्स, वो जो बिजनेस एक्यूमेन है वो डेवलप नहीं होता, क्योंकि आपकी जो एकेडमी है वो सिलेबस वही पढ़ाया जा रहा है जो पिछले 30-40 साल से पढ़ाया जा रहा है, जबकि मॉडर्न वर्ल्ड कहीं से कहीं निकल गई। सो जो स्किल्स डेवलप करने की बात है वो मेरे ख्याल से सिर्फ एक एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूट या आपकी एक डिग्री आप नहीं डेवलप कर सकती। उसके लिए आपको जो ग्रॉस रूट लेवल से लेकर ऊपर तक का एजुकेशन सिस्टम उससे एज अ होल इवॉल्व होना है, और डेफिनेटली इट विल टेक टाइम। आपका जो सिलेबस मैट्रिक का है, एफएससी का, ये इवॉल्व होगा, फिर यूनिवर्सिटी लेवल पे आके बच्चे के अंदर स्किल्स डेवलप होंगे।
Thank you, but I'd like to take this point further to the education sector again. We spoke about skills, we spoke about the government has to go hand in hand with the private sector, everybody has to come together. And this, आपने जो बात की कि this disparity के एक बच्चा है उसको कुछ set of skills, उसको कंप्यूटर यूज करना नहीं आता, दूसरे को यूज करना आता है। लेकिन जब आप स्किल सेट की बात करते हैं तो I mean, are we more job centric even now? Are we also trying to target towards entrepreneurship? Because we do happen to have public-private partnerships. Taking the NICs for that example, we happen to have the KPIT board very actively involved with the officials across the province, taking ideas together. So when you talk about inclusion, it's bringing them all together. So my question to the education people hailing from the academia over here right now is, how are you ensuring potential outreach in terms of entrepreneurship?
देखिए, अगर आप बात करते हैं पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप, हायर एजुकेशन कमीशन ऑफ पाकिस्तान ने रिसेंटली इनिशिएटिव लिया है, दे टारगेट 30 यूनिवर्सिटीज, लेकिन वो सारी पब्लिक यूनिवर्सिटीज जिधर उन्होंने बिजनेस इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर, जिसमें 7 यूनिवर्सिटीज केपीके में और 3 विशाखापट्टनम, लेकिन सारी की सारी पब्लिक सेक्टर यूनिवर्सिटीज है, कोई भी प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी या प्राइवेट इंस्टीट्यूट नहीं है। सेकेंडली, जब आप बात करते हैं इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर्स की या एंटरप्रेन्योरियल स्किल्स की, तो प्राइवेट सेक्टर ने अपनी फाइनेंशियल रिसोर्सेज को भी देखना है, अपनी कंस्ट्रेंट्स को भी देखना है। जो कर सकते हैं हम ये कर सकते हैं कि हम बच्चों के लिए प्रोग्राम डिजाइन किए, हमने अपने कॉलेज लेवल पे इंडस्ट्रियल विजिट्स कराए बच्चों को, सो दैट वो इंडस्ट्रीज को देखें, वो उनकी एंटरप्रेन्योर्स से मिले, उनके सीनियर लेवल मैनेजमेंट से मिले, उनसे सीखें, शायद वो इस तरफ जा सके। सेकेंडली, हम एंटरप्रेन्योर्स की जब बात करते हैं ना, आप उनकी एक्सेस टू फाइनेंस को, अगर आप बात करते हैं पाकिस्तान की पोर्टफोलियो की, पूरे बैंकिंग पोर्टफोलियो का जो 66% वो ब्लू चिप कंपनीज को जाता है, सिर्फ 6% आपको एसएमईज को मिलता है। फिर पाकिस्तान के पूरे बैंकिंग क्रेडिट पोर्टफोलियो का 30% पाकिस्तान की बड़ी कंपनियों को मिलता है, एसएमईज के पास 6% रह जाता है। अगर बच्चे को आप एंटरप्रेन्योरियल साइड पे लाते भी हैं कि आप अपना बिजनेस डेवलप करें, उसको सबसे पहले फाइनेंस चाहिए। फाइनेंस की दो ही साइड है, या वो उससे इन्वेस्ट करेगा या वो डेट फाइनेंसिंग की तरफ चलेगा। अब आपका जो कंटेम्परेरी बैंकिंग सिस्टम है वो डेट फाइनेंसिंग की जो से कोलैटरल मांगता है, क्रेडिट हिस्ट्री मांगता है, जो कि दोनों उसके पास नहीं होती। फिर उसके पास ऑप्शन रह जाता है कि वो इनफॉर्मल लोनिंग की तरफ। अब इनफॉर्मल लोनिंग बहुत एक्सपेंसिव है, अगेन वो उसका शायद उसकी स्किल हो और तब क्या कहते हैं, फिर ये डिस्पैरिटी गैप बढ़ता जाता है। हाँ, शायद डिजिटलाइजेशन की तरफ अगर वो बच्चा आए, अगर हम अपने जो बच्चे हैं उनको इस तरफ लेके आए कि जी आप डिजिटल पेमेंट्स की तरफ जाएं, तो उससे ये हो सकता है 6 महीने साल अगर वो अपना बिजनेस उसी पेमेंट रूट के थ्रू डेवलप करने की कोशिश करते हैं, तो उसकी एक बैंकिंग हिस्ट्री आ जाएगी, एक क्रेडिट हिस्ट्री आ जाएगी, और एक बैंक ने रिसेंटली ऐप डेवलप की है स्पेशली इसी पर्पस के लिए, अल्फा नाम से। उसमें ये है कि अगर कोई ऐसा कॉटेज इंडस्ट्री है, एसएमई है, छोटा बिजनेस है, अगर वो अपनी सारी पेमेंट्स या मेजॉरिटी पेमेंट्स को उसी ऐप के थ्रू करता है, तो उसकी जो फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन का कॉन्सेप्ट है वो बीच में आएगा कि सारी उसकी पेमेंट्स उसी ऐप पे रिकॉर्ड हो रही होंगी, और थ्रू दैट ऐप वो लोन के लिए भी अप्लाई कर सकता है। उस ऐप में बेसिक पैरामीटर्स डिफाइंड है, कोई ह्यूमन इंटरेक्शन नहीं है। अगर आप पैरामीटर्स को पूरा करते हैं, वही ऐप आपको 1 मिलियन ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी देने को भी तैयार है, लेकिन स्टिल ये बहुत ही प्राइमरी स्टेज पे है। वो ऐप लॉन्च होगी, फिर बाकी बैंक इसमें इन्वॉल्व होंगे,
Thank you. I'd like to make a point from Faisal on this.
Taking that forward, we see what we've done is that we're talking to IHIC University and we're helping their 5-year projects. We're helping them to select what kind of project they should go in. So that it should have some commercial sense as well. And it will help the students that once they graduate, they have a very high chance of getting into an IC and take it again further.
I think that's a brilliant idea. This is exactly what should be happening, to all the other universities. Work on your FYPs, the final year projects. I think one of the best ideas, the best startups actually emerge out of the FYPs for that matter. You spoke about access to finance, which takes me towards the banking sector over here. And मेरे दो सवाल हैं आपसे. सबसे पहला सवाल तो मेरा ये है, access to finance की काफी लोग बात करते हैं, startups actually talk about it all the time. Day and age के बारे में बहुत बातें होती हैं. But my first question is a very generic one to give everybody an idea about what is happening, about the valuable inputs that the banking sector is lending in order to ensure inclusion and opportunities for all SMEs and startups for that matter.
Thank you, Maureen. When we look at finance or when we look at business, finance becomes an integral part of the setup. And naturally, there are two elements: the capital from the owner, and then they go to the market informal sector they drop off. And when they come to bank, normally speaking, when the business has reasonably grown up, it's a time to go to banking as we think. But it's not really the case anymore. Banks, they're not the only, they do not provide financing only, they also provide an opportunity for hand holding. आपको बैंक को देखना चाहिए as an institution जो कैपिटल कैपेसिटी बिल्ड करता है. आपको फाइनेंशियल फैसिलिटेशन के साथ साथ आपको मार्केट टू एक्सेस टू मार्केट की भी एक कैपेबिलिटी प्रोवाइड करता है और आपको ट्रेनिंग की अपॉर्चुनिटी प्रोवाइड करता है. फॉर एग्जांपल, हमने यहाँ बैंक ऑफ खैबर में किया है कि we did a pilot project in Chhatral. In Chhatral, typically farmer generally own 3 to 5 plants, fruit plants, और उनके लिए पॉसिबल नहीं था कि अपने फ्रूट को प्रॉपर्ली चैनलाइज करके उनका yield there is in terms of financial benefit बढ़ा सके. हमने वहाँ पर क्या किया कि we form groups of 10 to 15 farmers. उनके जो plants नेशन जो प्रोड्यूस था वो from 5 to 75 plants में चला गया. So we trained them on grading, we trained them on packing, and we then created an opportunity for them to take their produce to more sophisticated or nearby markets in Mardan and in Peshawar. और आप इससे अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि जिस प्रोड्यूस से वो चंद हजार रुपए कमा सकते थे, उससे उन्होंने 10 गुना ज्यादा पैसे कमाना शुरू किया. Similarly, we did another pilot in Gilgit. और पायलट में है कि आप वो तो कभी कभार आप सक्सेसफुल नहीं भी रहते, but even then हम we did a project for 50 million business. We gathered a group of around 125 farmers और cattle farming हमने शुरू करा, जिससे कि जो ऑस्ट्रेलिया से we sent off person from here from Peshawar to Melbourne. वहाँ पर उन्होंने सारी चीजें देखी, सेलेक्ट करनी, वेदर कंडीशन और सारी चीजें वो लाके हमें ट्रांसपोर्टेशन दोनों सारी देखने के बाद 120 cattle were shifted from Melbourne to Gilgit. अब वहाँ पर हमने क्या किया? We provided lady farmers who had the capacity to, or who had an extra room in their house, जिसमें उनको अपने कैटल को रख सकें. हमने उनके लिए अरेंज कराया मिडलमैन जो इनको फॉर्डर और फीड प्रोवाइड करता था, उनसे मिल्क कलेक्शन करके गिलगित के मार्केट्स में उन्होंने सप्लाई करना शुरू कर दिया। अब इमेजिन a lady who does not have anything to do, उनको हमने enable किया कि apart from paying the installment of the cattle, उन्होंने खुद अपने घर के लिए around 50,000 rupees per month कमाना शुरू किया। अब ये वो ख़वातीन हैं जिनको इस कॉन्सेप्ट का बिजनेस का ही नहीं पता। इस सारे प्रोसेस में हमारे सामने ग्लिचेस भी आ रहे हैं, बट we did incur a loss on a few occasions, कुछ losses भी हमें आए, but overall हमारा एक्सपीरियंस में सेटिस्फैक्टरी है। सिमिलरली हम एक प्रोजेक्ट के ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं जिसमें स्टार्टअप्स के लिए हम कॉन्सेप्ट स्टडी करेंगे। वी आर फैसिलिटेटिंग द केपी के गवर्नमेंट फॉर देयर गवर्नमेंट इनिशिएटिव्स, और जो वो लोन्स दे रहे हैं, आप एक रिसेंट एग्जांपल कामयाब जवान जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर का है, उसमें भी हम एक्जीक्यूटिंग एजेंसी हैं। एक और स्कीम केपी गवर्नमेंट की है फॉर द सेंट्रल डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स, वहाँ पर हम एक्जीक्यूटिंग एजेंसीज हैं, वहाँ पर हम एसेस करते हैं और उनको पैसे देने के बाद मॉनिटरिंग करते हैं, एंड वी डू प्रोवाइड हेल्प देम कि जी आप जहाँ जहाँ उनको कहीं पर ग्लिचेस आते हैं, we facilitate them and we provide market access to them, not with ourselves, but we facilitate and providing market access. So बैंक को आजकल एक holistic solution की देखना चाहिए, जो कि besides being a provider of money, they also help in capacity building and providing training.
Thank you. That was very insightful. Very happy to know the case study as well. एक औरत जिसको पता ही नहीं है कि business की इतनी knowledge नहीं है, know-how नहीं है, and she happens to raise 15,000 per month for a start, that too in a remote area. That is definitely something. I have taken the conversation forward. आपसे ये सवाल है मेरा. Is this similar to what Grameen Bank is doing in Bangladesh? Are we replicating जो उनका micro loaning system है? Are we doing that in Pakistan for our startups?
Well, Grameen Bank का concept थोड़ा सा different है। हम at our end पाकिस्तान में जो micro finance की institutions हैं, FinCA हुआ, Tamil Micro Finance, they're not practically systems now. In our case, हमने एक माइक्रो फाइनेंस का एक डिवीजन तो बनाया हुआ है और वो ऐसे फाइनेंस से कराते रहते हैं, बट बिसाइड्स दैट जब कंपेयर करते हैं आप ट्रेनिंग से, तो ट्रेनिंग का बहुत बड़ा सिंपल सा था कि आपने वो खवातीन को ही पैसे देते थे बिकॉज दे थॉट दैट लेडीज आर जनरली बेटर, they are more credit worthy than men. In our case हम बिजनेस सेटअप को देखते हैं, और ये पायलट जो हमने जिसका मैंने जिक्र किया गिलगित में किया, उसमें खवातीन के पास वो कैपेसिटी थी कि वो परफॉर्म कर सकें, कि वो काम कर सकें, एंड दे वर विलिंग। अच्छा, इसमें एज आई मेंशन कि जो हमें थोड़े से लॉसेस आना शुरू हो गए, तो हमने ये भी अरेंज किया। So as I said, we are providing the hand holding opportunity to these people. जहाँ उनको difficulty आ रही थी, some of the ladies who were not being able to carry on with their careers, उनके लिए हमने नए farmers भी in the nearby locality, और हमने shift भी करा है। इसी so Grameen Bank would not do this. In our case we did. More importantly, अभी हमारे दोस्त बात कर रहे थे कि मिलती नहीं है। At the Bank of Khyber, when I look at my portfolio, only 25% of my portfolio in the KPK is focused towards corporates. Around 79% of my portfolio is in the SME sector. And I've seen one phenomena in the banking sector when it comes to KPK. It's the banking sector or other banks are generally shy in terms of providing credit to the people. We being local and aware of the business environment and the culture, will be aggressive. Although we do get collect, we collateral लेते हैं, बगैर collateral भी देते हैं, small micro credit जहाँ पर वो आपको KP में बैंक ऑफ खैबर के अलावा किसी बैंक में कैसे भी परसू हम इसको भी देख रहे हैं कि जो मोमेंट एजेंसी में फॉर एग्जांपल ज़्यादा का एरिया है मार्केट हम कैसे उनको फैसिलिटेट कर सकते हैं ये जो ब्लास्ट करते हैं बहुत सारा काफी बेहतर क्वालिटी का आपका स्टोन ज़ाया होगा उसको कटिंग में कैसे ले आए हैं वो ज़ाया हम इसको भी देखते हैं आपका अगर सवाल के एरिया में कुछ खास फूड अगर अवेलेबल है उसको कैसे चैनल किया जाए कि वो कराची के मार्केट पहुंच के बेहतर पैसा आपको दे सके सो here is from a bank that probably is an alien thing but we do that.
That's great talking about. Yeah, absolutely, please.
Again, my earlier part was the government option. Now I would state a few things and then you can name it. And I was in a meeting today earlier, in the afternoon, that was about economic development of Chitra. And if I could write down, and some of my colleagues who were sitting here were also there, if I could write the number of schemes that we have, Chitral, I'm just taking this because earlier the discussion was Chitral, so let's take it as a case. If I could just list down the kind of local donors and foreign donors who are actually contributing towards entrepreneurial activities within Chitral, I think Chitral should be highest in terms of economic indicators. The problem that I see I work with all governments at federal level, and I think that the problem lies in synergizing the effort, both public-private sense and also because the data is there. The biggest advantage, perhaps this is there in all businesses, but as far as Khyber Pakhtunkhwa is that the government owns a large part of Bank of Khyber. So if there's an initiative that the government, especially, what are the key initiatives of this government? Poverty alleviation, social economic development, women empowerment. So if those are initiatives from the government side, the Bank of Khyber supports them. The point that I've seen, having traveled and met with academia, and we had lengthy discussions when we were crafting this long-term plan about utilizing our human resources. And because they were amazed, and when they traveled and did some research, they were amazed the kind of human resource we have. They're quite capable. They can speak English, which is in demand as far as international businesses are concerned. The problem that came as far as the schemes that we have, and also as far as the academic output is concerned, perhaps was the efficiency. And I agree to my friend sitting here, that cannot be inculcated in a person when he comes at a higher education institute. It has to start from perhaps at grassroots level, and more so at least perhaps at a parental level, which we all are. So the biggest difference I've seen in the human resource is the efficiency. Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, ladies and gentlemen, enjoys the biggest advantage of political stability. And this is as far as entrepreneurs are concerned, and also as far as business is concerned.
Thank you. That was a very valuable insight, which actually springs two more questions, one for the academia and one for the incubation centers. I'll start with the incubation centers first over here. There is a conversation right now about more financial inclusion through the banks. And I'd like to divert this question towards you, President. Can you please tell me the roles of incubation centers? I mean, you foresee in terms of the NIC, in ensuring inclusion as far as fundraising practices are concerned. Because I just have to make a note over here. So when you start a business, either you need money for expansion, but that's phase number 2. A lot of startup ideas, they need to invest initially because research is involved, or if there's hardware and technology that's involved. Listen.
Yeah, so every business needs some money to extend their runway. Verify that whether there is a product market fit, it's customer validation. So they need this. Of course, the first option they do is this: they look around. They're all money asking their friends and families to do that, but that's very limited. So they reach out. Right? So what the role of incubator is that they need to be very clear on what they're going to do with that. That's one thing that we help. Then the other thing is to connect them with people who have access to it. Whoever is investing. Now, there's with Karachi and Peshawar, in Peshawar, actually, this is that there are local individuals who have a support. And they are no longer interested in investing in plaza or finding a lot. They now appreciate that it takes patience to get some good returns in a technology that startup. So NIC is creating that awareness both for the startups and for the potential investors. Yes. And that community is open to everyone. So you can just, you're aware that NIC is an open facility. Anyone can just walk in. You can walk in as an investor, you can walk in as someone who has potential idea. So you're walking as an investor, you can demand us. Okay, I want to see your startups. I want to know the opportunities I have to invest. And it's a responsibility to connect you with the like-minded startups.
Thank you, Faisal. Moving back to the academia, there was a conversation with the panelists over here about efficiency, and about the difference in human resources, and that, starting from the very grassroots level, entrepreneurship starts from grassroots level. We have to ensure inclusion, and when we talk about the grassroots level, let's also try to understand one thing. Things that probably even incubation centers previously missed out on, but Telenor Velocity started with it when last year they had a cohort that revolved around solutions for agriculture, because हमारी जो produced है ज़्यादा वो agrarian economy है. We cannot negate that. So coming back to the grassroots, right, and talking about entrepreneurship and starting from the very basic level, there's a high need for entrepreneurship in the lower level for of course to have more SMEs and business structures. What do you foresee? Keeping all the factors that we talked about, that we need help from the government, we need help from all the other sectors, but keeping all other factors constant, what is the academia doing right now? And secondly, where do you see yourself, let's say, in the short term, 5 years down the road, and then in the long term?
The point is that when the academia plays definitely a basic role, because the entrepreneurship requires the human input. So that comes from the academia side definitely. So as my colleague mentioned, that it has to be from the grassroots. So if we keep all the other things constant for this discussion purposes, it's very hard to do in practice, but for this discussion, obviously. So definitely the academia has to come up with syllabus structures, right? Skills-based qualification, and we have to move from some traditional type of study that is like I always tell my other students in some government institutions that I come across that we are studying one statistics book probably from the 1980s, and it is still going on today. They are still using that one book. So there is no change in that. The syllabus has rarely been changed. So we have to come up with syllabus changes, basic changes, introduce entrepreneurship studies at government level as well, because most of the input is at the villages level, the schools and the government colleges. So professional colleges are only up to the cities. So the government has to come up with syllabus, and they have to provide these qualifications which are skills based. So that will definitely make a change.
अगर देखा जाए, मैं एक बहुत कॉमन एक लफ्ज उर्दू की ज़बान में इस्तेमाल होता है, जुगाड़। तो हम तो इस चीज़ में बहुत माहिर हैं। बच्चा गली गली में उसके टाइम पंक्चर हो जाए, he knows how to make his way around it. And it has been named as 10x thinking, moonshot thinking, in terms दे दिए गए हैं. So I mean, the skill, the idea is there. What is not happening right now in academia besides the curriculum? So this curriculum is one thing, right?
Yeah, then we have to bring all the factors back, right? Because then if we just as you say, that the jugaad thing, that's not going to work in the long term. It's probably going to work in the short term, but in the long term, that's not going to work. So we have to, any strategy that we have to come up with, we have to come up with a long-term strategy, even if it's a government. Short term doesn't work for economic growth. So if we're talking especially about education, we have to think very long term. We are trying to develop intellectual capital. Intellectual capital you can develop in probably even 2 to 5 years. We'll have to input the syllabus, the people, the relevant people, the skills, the teachers, all of the setup. So like as we are discussing, when we are talking about the entrepreneurship ecosystem, an ecosystem means involving all the stakeholders in that equation. Like we cannot keep the teachers out of it. We cannot keep the government out of it. So only sticking to the academia, even that has its own stakeholders. So we have to come up with a proper system. We cannot focus on one thing or student or only syllabus. Again, we have to come up with a proper education ecosystem for the designed specifically for the entrepreneurship. So then probably
absolutely. And the next question.
CPEC Peshawar, they organize an engineering university, but they have come up with a diploma course in geology. And many people who know about this thing, they enrolled and they have successfully qualified. And I know a few people who have not only started the emerald business, but have also started to grade their emeralds for the next phase. ऐसे लोग मैं जानता हूँ जो कि emeralds को लेके कट करा के थाईलैंड लेके जा रहे हैं. Amazingly, a person who not have any money 4 months ago crowdfunded his business from his friends and relatives, 400,000 rupees. He's taking an inventory or stock of around 5 million rupees to Thailand. It's a period of just 4 months' time. And there is the academia, Engineering University Peshawar. It provided the opportunity to him, although he's an engineer himself, but he opted for that gemology some free time. And that gemology is now giving him better opportunity of doing business than engineering background.
Thank you for the valuable input. Yes, please.
In the ecosystem, please do not take me in a wrong way. In an ecosystem where you do not have corrupt practices, even jugaad goes. Like for instance, say let's take example of 80s का China. तो अगर वो ये सोचते हैं कि जुगाड़ सिस्टम पे काम ना करें, and I hope it's not taken in the way that it should be taken in the essence. Silicon Valley में, the biggest of ideas and smartest people in the 80s and the 90s, AI technology पे काम. What they did was कि हर Shenzhen and Guangzhou, and some of you have been there, must would know, कि वहाँ पर आप हर घर में Apple के products के कोई ना कोई part है, cover बन रहा है, headphones बन रहे हैं, because they realize that how the global supply chain are. And please remember, this is place where per capita people speaking English is much less than what we have. Their understanding of the international ways of doing business in 80s that I'm saying. जब मैं पहली दफा गया तो वहाँ पे तो it was difficult for me to find ways. It all happened after Olympics in Beijing. So जुगाड़ होना इतना गलत बात नहीं है. उसको करप्ट प्रैक्टिसेस को आप निकाल दें. आप देखें कि इस ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन में या एटलीस्ट the regional supply chain में आप कहाँ fit in होते हैं? Someone mentioned किया mines and minerals. There are other places where we have this natural endowment. आप उसको link करें. अब मैं आपको एग्जांपल एक क्लास देता हूँ, just not bother you more with that. इस वक्त चाइना के अंदर within districts and province, the biggest competition is कि who produces more AI based products. और जिसका मेयर ज्यादा प्रोड्यूस करता है उसको gets promotion. Similarly, within universities, patent कौन ज्यादा करता है, कौन नए प्रोडक्ट्स बनाता है. देखिए आपके पिछले क्वेश्चन में आपने कहा it should be produce A graders. Yes, we need A graders. A graders would always be there. There would always be people who are looking to get the top slot position. सिर्फ हमने एकेडेमिया में शायद ये करना है कि we should tell our entrepreneurs, I think ये बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं इसी वाले में. लेकिन overall, we have so many private and public universities. I think we should teach them to be different. Top, perhaps that has to do with finance, अगर पैसे मिल गए तो शायद. But अगर आप थोड़ा सा अपने अंदर different लाएंगे तो AI भी आ जाए, robots भी आ जाए, perhaps they will not impact you more. और हमारे पास as a less developed country, I think this is area where we should find. Best part again of KP, as I said earlier, perhaps was that we have pockets, somebody mentioned here, and then we have people who are ready to invest in this. There are pockets of venture capital. जिससे जो entrepreneurial cycle है, I think उसको support मिलता है. But what you have to do is, even if you go for jugaad, just look at the right jugaad, right kind of best practice that would help you.
Thank you for your valuable input. And the next question I have is actually directed towards you, and CPEC in particular is another, it's a gateway to China and a road towards opportunity. And how do you think has CPEC impacted, in terms of opening more ventures around startups, more opportunities for SMEs? How are you ensuring their participation? What is happening in this space?
In an academic sense, let's talk in an academic sense and then perhaps business. In an academic sense, competition, and also in business, competition always helps. Because when you work with the second best economy in the world, you realize the gap. And then at the government level, perhaps, and also at academia level and also at incubation center level, we try to bridge that gap. The competition would be there. As I said earlier, there is no boundary for human resource, there is no boundary for investment. All we have to do is create the enabling environment. So in that, perhaps the best thing, because I represent academia also, the best thing that is done is us to realize our weaknesses. Because Chinese invest not in their R&D, universities are doing performing well, and they look at perhaps the West as. So now, while we look at West, we also should look at China. What we've done in CPEC is that we've built this consortium of business schools. IM Sciences is part of it. 10 top business schools from Pakistan, and 5 top business schools from China, and they're doing research for CPEC. So we give them an area to research and they should produce good quality. Also at HEC level, there is a university to university alliance being built. लेकिन जैसे मैंने पहले कहा, I think we have a lot of ideas. I think we have a lot of policies that the government. We have a finance minister also here who will speak about it. The only thing that we need to do is send it to them. CPEC is good. CPEC creates opportunities. We are linking ourselves to the second largest economy. I believe, and this is my belief, at least in the time that I'm on this planet, China will remain the factory of the world. At say 2050 or perhaps a little beyond. I do not see any other country having the kind of supply chain mechanism or so why not we become the part of their supply chain, look at areas where we can produce more, including human resource, and perhaps export to China and create the joint ventures. The government at its level is doing its best, even in Russia. I think we have Dr. Ali guided the. we're creating that environment where we can have these joint ventures, where even if an enterprise is coming, it should come with new technology. And if they bring new technology, employ more human resource, they get more incentives.
Do you also feel the need to have like a stronger connection between all these sectors? Because we have the banking sector we have, but then we have the incubation space today, academia. When everybody talks about opportunities, we also have to maneuver together, as rightly pointed out by people hailing from the academia.
I think we should work on the triple helix model, where we should have academia, we should have government, we should have industry. I think the incubation center are trying to reinforce the government and the industry should actually indicate. We have audits in almost all universities, and we should ask them, give them research. मैं आपको एक example देता हूँ. On a negative note, we should not finish on a negative. When I was working in CPEC, मैंने HEC को and all the universities एक letter लिखा on the areas for second phase of CPEC. That these are the areas where we want to do research on. Unfortunately, the reply I got was only from public sector universities, because perhaps they knew they're answerable to the government. Private sector universities, I think, should also get involved in R&D. And on this side, I think we should thank ACC also, because they are encouraging this kind of debate. We have the government leaders here.
Thank you for that. My next question revolves around something that has been a pain for many startups, but it's related to the banking sector. When we talk about payments, a lot of startups are concerned about digital payments, easier financial inclusion. My first question would be around, the future of, crowdfunding in Pakistan, because that's another thing that early stage companies are really looking forward to, rather than, taking loans from bank. And secondly, the format of digital payments and how banks are actually playing a role in that.
Crowdfunding is a preliminary stage here in Pakistan. Although थोड़ा सा इनके यहाँ पर ये भी है कि बैंक के पास जाएंगे तो वो वाली बात आ गई या sophistication वाली बात आ गई तो you revert to friends and family and you take funding from there. However, having said that, वहाँ पर थोड़ा सा issue ये आया है on many occasions कि in pursuit of high return people have lost their money, and that has become a deterrent to raising capital in the form of crowdfunding. But the realization is growing, and as businesses are taking share, people are providing financing to them. And as far as digital payments are concerned, that is the future. Every bank these days is trying to come up arrangements with fintech companies for making payments digitally for all their customers. So much so कि हम आज तक इस एंगल के ऊपर सोच रहे हैं कि जो different government initiatives जो हमने execute किए हैं, उसमें बहुत सारे दही अदा हुए हैं, and we are thinking कि हम इसके साथ हो सकता है कि कोऑर्डिनेट कर लें और उनके चैनल को यूज करते हुए जो इनिशिएटिव है वो हमें उनसे ही आए. फॉर एग्जांपल इजी पैसा होगा जिसका यूजर का रजिस्टर किया, एंड इन द मीन टाइम वी आर डेवलपिंग आवर ओन ऐप, वी आर डिप्लॉयिंग आवर ओन टेक्नोलॉजी. जब तक हमारे कैपेसिटी हो जाएगी to digitally for all our customers. Filhal, digital payments form only 6% of the entire transactions. इसमें capacity है कि आप with slight innovation and awareness and security features, because आपके अगर firewalls proper ना हो तो आपको बहुत सारे resources या customer की balances जो है डिस्टर्ब हो सकते हैं. There could be tremendous operation loss. With with some tweaking काफी आगे के level तक.
Thank you.
Good news.
Sure.
This has been a first draft of crowdsource funding in his career. So it's good news. That's
Absolutely. Yes.
Inshallah.
I think that is brilliant news for everybody sitting over here, all the listed companies. Faisal, my last question would be for you, and then we can wrap the conversation. A very important thing when you talk about inclusion, and inclusion is not just in terms of different sectors, but it's also in relation to gender parity. It's also in relation to faith harmony. What are the roles that incubation centers are, presenting over here?
So, by design, incubation centers are meant to be open for everyone, as I started in the beginning, regardless of gender, regardless of religion, regardless of your status in unfortunately, the numbers are not that high. I give you the example of NIC Peshawar. So far, the percentage of female founders is only 11%. That's very, very good. The good news is that of all the investment NIC Peshawar has raised in the past 2 years, 60% of that went to female-led startup. That shows that NIC is confident. If I take example of NIC Karachi, I have a diversified portfolio of founders. We have people from Hindu community, we have people from Christian community. In Peshawar, they don't have plans. That means either we're not reaching out to them, unfortunately, we need to go to the job. But the message needs to go out to everywhere. Yesterday, my team was there at the University, sending out the same message. Facility is available, so the infrastructure is there. Safe working environment for women. Happy place to be. Few initiatives we need to take care of. For example, we need to set up a daycare center at the school. So that will open up access to more children.
I think that's a brilliant idea, and I wish you the very best of luck with that. That will actually allow a lot of working mothers to, make mothers working mothers, and allow them to actually work on their ideas, work on their startups while the child is also there. Thank you, Faisal, for your valuable input. I would like to conclude this panel discussion by, a few of the key points that I identified, and I'm sure you all will agree to that all sectors, number one, need to work in harmony. We need a lot to be done as far as the academia is concerned. My personal take is that we can start with simple bake sales. If you don't have a fancy curriculum, or if the curriculum has not really been worked upon, and probably even need to polish the skills of the people hailing from the academia sector who are teaching in the classroom, because the classroom learning has to be very stimulated. So inclusion has to be across sectors. We're so happy to have the Bank of Khyber here with us, because without the support of local banks, the startups or the SME sector cannot flourish, will not flourish. And I see a lot of collaboration opportunities probably when we all sit down over the networking session for tea. We can all collaborate and think of synergize our ideas with that matter. Very happy to have representation from the CPEC as well. Thank you so much, everyone. We'll be happy to take questions if there are any.
I have a question here. Hello.
Can you also please introduce yourself and also mention who the question is addressed for?
You're quite close up.
My name is Abdul Malik Paracha. I'm representing Bank Islami here. So while hearing about NICs, the incubation centers, question came across my mind. What about incubation? Can you tell us out of these incubation centers, how many ideas have translated into startup businesses, and any notable names of these startups? And the second part of my question is to the academians. Do you guys really think can we teach entrepreneurship? Because the leading thinkers of our time presently in the developing country, they don't think that we can teach entrepreneurship. If you want to foster entrepreneurship, probably you will have to go to work around like the one the person from UK was talking about, UAT there, channelized gemstone diploma program from where people who really wanted to start up businesses, they came out and they are being successful now. So, I mean, the students going to conventional studies, are they good material for entrepreneurships? I mean, I have a question there as well. First, incubation.
So once that story gets right, Vera, you see the logo, he is the founder, he was, yes, so it's a premium brand for apparel. That's his story coming up, and I see the label, it's a household name here in Peshawar, last mile services. This is a story out there in Peshawar. Ikea, another emerging startup that's now that came out of our NIC Karachi. So, and there are a few more as well. I would encourage you to go to our website and see the list of startups that actually made an impact on the economy.
And about academics and teaching entrepreneurship through conventional mode of education.
We are talking about entrepreneurship, and we are living in a country which do not even offer business as a subject at matriculate level and intermediate level. आप जब बच्चों को मैट्रिकुलेट लेवल और इंटरमीडिएट लेवल पे बिजनेस को एज अ सब्जेक्ट ही ऑफर नहीं करते, जब बच्चे में बिजनेस सेंस है, बिजनेस एक्यूमेन है, वो डेवलप नहीं हो सकता। आप बिल्कुल ठीक कह रहे हैं कि लीडरशिप स्किल्स बिल्कुल हर वक्त सिखाई नहीं जा सकती, इनोवेशन नहीं सिखाई जा सकती, लेकिन सर हर बिजनेस की कुछ बेसिक्स है। आप जब बच्चे को ग्रास रूट लेवल से लेके आओगे, उसे बिजनेस एज अ सब्जेक्ट पढ़ाओगे, अभी बच्चा बायो लैब में जाता है, फिजिक्स की लैब में जाता है, अगर उसे स्कूल लेवल पे, कॉलेज लेवल पे बिजनेस मॉडल्स बनवाए जाएंगे, वहां पे आइडिया पिचिंग करवाई जाएगी, तो उस बच्चे में एटलीस्ट बिजनेस सेंस और बिजनेस एक्यूमेंट डेवलप होना स्टार्ट हो जाए। सो जहां पे आप बात करते हैं कि एंटरप्रेन्योरियल स्किल सिखाई नहीं जा सकती, सर बेसिक सिखाई जा सकती। हर बिजनेस के सेंस है, बिजनेस एक्यूमेंट है, उसकी बेसिस है, वो वहीं से स्टार्ट होगी। आपकी जो पॉपुलेशन है सर, अगर आप केपी की बात करते हैं, अगर एक साल में 1 लाख बच्चा एफएससी करता है, उसका 60% जो है वो शायद मेडिकल के एजुकेशन बैठता है और 20,000 इंजीनियरिंग की एजुकेशन बैठता है। अब हाफ से ज्यादा बच्चा आपका एक ऐसे एजुकेशन बैठ गया जिसमें सिर्फ उसके 2% या 3% चांसेस ऑफ सक्सेस। अब वो बच्चा जब यूनिवर्सिटीज में आता है, उसका वो माइंडसेट ही नहीं होता बिजनेस का। आपने जब बिजनेस करना है, आपको भी चाहिए, आपको बिजनेस सेंस भी चाहिए, आपको फाइनेंसेस भी चाहिए, लेकिन जब आप बेसिक लेवल पे, एलिमेंट्री एजुकेशन, हायर एंड सेकेंडरी एजुकेशन लेवल पे बिजनेस को एज अ सब्जेक्ट इंट्रोड्यूस करोगे, तब बच्चे में इंटरेस्ट डेवलप होगा, और जिस चीज में उसको इंटरेस्ट होगा वो फ्यूचर में जाकर जरूर करना।
I think I can first refer to Pakistan. Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, I think the human resource has a gifted knack of doing business. If you go to China and if you go to a city called Ihu, you would find more people from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa than anywhere else from the world. So, एक तो खुदा ने एक खुदादाद सलाहियत दी है for you to actually become entrepreneurs. What the academic side could do is teach you best practices, because that you need to do. आप say mines and minerals में आप sharing होती रहे, but you need value addition, you need new practices. एक तो ये आपकी बात इस लिहाज से मैं दुरुस्त समझता हूँ कि our academic system is perhaps geared towards jobs. हमारे मुल्क के अंदर मेडिकल की अगर आप बात करें तो मेडिकल डॉक्टर्स CSS का इम्तिहान देके अपनी नौकरी की तलाश में भी जाते हैं. So you can't, you cannot say कि the system is bad or the system is good. I think कि गवर्नमेंट की जो पॉलिसीज हैं most recently वो बहुत ज्यादा सपोर्ट कर रही है एंटरप्रेन्योरियल साइड, काइंड ऑफ इंसेंटिव्स दी। आप अगर आज जाए बैंक ऑफ खैबर की या स्टेट बैंक की, सिर्फ जो पॉलिसीज टुवर्ड्स एंटरप्रेन्योरियल वर्क, टुवर्ड्स कॉटेज इंडस्ट्री, टुवर्ड्स एसएमई सेक्टर, आप हैरान हो जाएंगे कि कितने इंसेंटिव दिए जा रहे हैं, एक्सेस टू फाइनेंसिंग कितने जा रहे हैं। बहुत सारी चीजें हमारी लिस्ट पे होती हैं कि जी कोलैटरल नहीं होगा, हमसे क्वेश्चंस होंगे. As opposed to that, I think the banks are looking for people to come and, but naturally we have these regulatory reforms being undertaken. We have FATF and other things happening around us. सिर्फ ये कि बहुत सारी चीजें मिथ पे भी चल रही होती हैं जी, हमें नहीं मिलेगा लोन नहीं, आप बैक पे कवर खत्म तो रखें, इंशाल्लाह आपको बड़ा कुछ मिलेगा।
जो मिथ वाली बात है ज्यादा से, और in our case, that is in the case of healthcare, government is really more responsive and facilitating. 4-5 फंड्स इसी गवर्नमेंट ने बनाए हैं जिसमें आपको बगैर को नेटवर्क के पैसे मिल जाए, सिग्निफिकेंट ईज से पैसे मिल जाए। आपको सिर्फ करना है कि आपके पास एक वर्थवाइल आइडिया है, you are serious enough. Generally speaking, I have also seen एक तो लोग ये नहीं मिलेगा, but एक और एलिमेंट ये भी है कि जो लोग आते हैं ना उनकी जहन में ये भी होता है कि मुफ्त के पैसे मिलेंगे, वापस नहीं करेंगे। इनको बताना पड़ता है कि आप पैसे लें और बार करें, हम आपको ग्रेजुएट कराएंगे नेक्स्ट लेवल तक, हम आप छोटे से शुरू करें, हम आपको स्मॉल बनाएंगे, स्मॉल से फिर आपको मीडियम में लेके जाएंगे। वहां से कुछ से लोग निकल जाते हैं उस स्पेक्ट्रम से जिनको फैसिलिटेट करना चाहते हैं।
Thank you so much. Thank you to all the listeners as well. The participants, we're running a little short on time, so we'll have to wind up this panel discussion. I'd like to thank all the panelists for coming, for taking time out today, and having a very enlightening discussion. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Maria.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have among us Mr. Taimur Khan Jagda, Minister for Finance, Government of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Welcome you here, sir. Sir, we would like you to join us on stage for giving away the mementos to the panelists. I would also like to call upon stage Mr. Asad Hamid Khan, Mr. Asad Malik, and Mr. Muhammad Shahid from ACCA team to kindly join us here. So first, I would like to request Mr. Usman Zulfikar, Head of Academia at Khan School of Accountancy, Peshawar, to kindly come forward and receive this memento. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Mr. Mubarak Ali, Senior Faculty Member, Professionals Academy of Commerce, Peshawar. Mr. Ehsanullah Ehsan, Managing Director at the Bank of Khyber. Mr. Faisal Jamil, Executive Vice President, LMKT. And last but not the least, our moderator for today's panel talk, Ms. Mariam. You can have her. After Mariam's photograph, we'll have a quick group photograph of all the worthy panelists with our chief guest. All the panelists can step forward for the group photograph, please.
Yes, everybody look at.
Thank you all. I would like to request Mr. Taimur Khan Jagda, Minister for Finance, to kindly stay on stage for his keynote address, if you can have him.
to everyone who's here, particular people who are here from outside Peshawar. I'd like to welcome all of you. It's a source of pride to see the city opening up again and become a hub for thought, for discussion, for the rest of Pakistan and the world to come and be based in and come and engage in. This has always been a crossroads. And it's been through a 15-year period that has been painful and challenging. But I think that we should all be proud of the fact that we're actually emerging out of that period and emerging more vibrant to take our place in the world. The reason that I'm here actually is because it just really excites me. And I think that as representatives, we need to play that role to actually give the message that's back here. We do believe that Pakhtunkhwa is a gateway to economic prosperity in Pakistan. And I'll tell you how. I want to focus on 2 or 3 sides to that story. I think first of all, and you'll have heard this in discussions, the economic potential of Pakhtunkhwa, and in particular in terms of increasing Pakistan's trade, Pakistan's economic dynamism, right, is significant for not just one reason, but 2 or 3. First, because it was a market that has been through a relatively challenging period. There's that growth potential. We all, as far as Pakistan is concerned, talk of Karachi and Lahore and Islamabad and think that those are the big markets. But if you think of Pakhtunkhwa as a whole, with the merger of FATA, it's about 35 million people, up to 40 million people. And 40 million people is about the size of a large European country. It's probably only 5 or 6 European countries that are larger in size than 40 million. So this is a big market, and it's a big market that's dynamic, that's young. We've been certainly quite dynamic at keeping a pretty high population growth rate. But so we need to try and now take the dividend of that. We do have a large segment of youth in our society that I keep on selling as saying, because the private sector is underrepresented over here. You have more raw youth with more potential, that's more hungry and eager for success than perhaps some of the other more developed urban centers of the country, where there are more options, more opportunities. So that's one reason why this is a potential gateway for growth within the country, because it's a market whose potential has been untapped. And I want everyone who's from outside Pakhtunkhwa to actually take that message. What also builds on that is the fact that there's a government that has come in for the second time. And I won't talk to you just from a party perspective. I'll explain this to you rationally. Because accountants should be rational people. And businessmen should be rational people and take rational decisions. Because this is a government coming back for the second time, it's come for the first time a government here has come, not just with a majority, but a 2/3 majority, the first time since 1951 that a single party government has come in this province. We have a lot to prove, and we have to not compete with anyone else, but compete with the trajectory that we took Pakhtunkhwa on last time. And I hope that later on I'll be able to prove to you that there are ways in which we're actually trying to deliver on that challenge. But because we have to compete, we have an incentive to open this place up for you. And we can only do that if we start to realize that growth will come through engagement of the private sector, which is why you're seeing us open our doors to more talent from the rest of the country. open our doors to more talent from abroad, open our doors to more events like this, because we have to make this happen. So that's one dimension on which there's growth potential over here. Is simply the fact that we're emerging out of a challenging period and the different conditions for success now. A large market, a young, vibrant labor force that at the moment is probably cheaper, but at least as talented as the rest of the country, and a government that actually has to deliver on dimensions other than what it delivered on the last time. So we have to get it right. But that's not the only dimension. Second dimension is there's a narrow strip of land that is basically Pakistan's major on-land trade route, not just to Afghanistan, but to Central Asia. And in terms of literally being a gateway to economic prosperity, I'll talk about one of my favorite projects, which actually shows that if we start thinking out of the box, how Pakistan can actually just prosper from small steps and small investments. Today, I probably chaired my 20th meeting on the Torkham border, where we're investing to try and increase trade with Afghanistan. This came out of a single brainstorming about a year and a bit ago, where someone pointed out that the potential to increase trade if the border with Afghanistan, which may be Pakistan's biggest international crossing, were open around the clock, because it was literally only open 8 to 10 hours. The challenge here was the fact that to do this, had to involve 7 or 8 different entities across the federal and provincial governments. So the provincial government, the DC office, the FC, NLC, which operates the border terminal, the military, which is a relevant stakeholder in the tribal districts in terms of security, FIA, customs, NADRA, and the foreign office. Now, it's very simple. All you have to do is to keep the gates open, but to get this done, the difficult part in Pakistan to do initiatives like this is actually to put 8 or 9 people around the table that represent different entities and do it. We took the decision to do this in January. We went to the federal government, to the PM's office to request help. The PM championed it. Tasked his advisor on establishment, Nabab Shehzad, who co-lead it from the federal government. We agreed to do this in January last year and set ourselves a target of 6 months. I remember our first meeting was on the 30th of January, and on the 3rd of September, 6 months and 3 days later. So we were 3 days late. We actually opened the border 24/7. You know the impact, because we tried to look at the figures, and I was a consultant in my past life. That's like a poor version of an accountant. Try to be decent with numbers, but we're not as precise as you are. But we opened the border, and in the last 3 months, looking at growth versus the previous 4 months, both tax revenue as well as exports have increased by over 80%. And if we look at year-on-year growth, then exports have increased by about 25%, and import taxes have increased manifold. So the issue here was to spend a little bit of money to get this right. And because the federal government was facing complications in terms of figuring out how to do this, we actually stepped out of the box and donated money to the federal government to open the Torkham border, basically to put lighting, generators, etc. We spent 70 million of the province's money to do this. The impact, annualized, based on current data, of that 70 million rupees that we spent is 4.4 billion rupees in additional tax revenue for the country. in the minimum of $200 billion, so 32 billion rupees a year in terms of additional exports. This is still a very rudimentary facility. But what makes me proud and what should make you take notice is the fact that this was something where the provincial government championed an initiative which was not even its own core mandate. But that's how the Pakhtunkhwa government is thinking progressively and is literally opening the gates to greater economic prosperity in Pakistan through greater trade, greater exports, greater local economic activity, and greater revenue for the entire country. This is just one example of that sort of thing. So today the meeting that we had was on how to increase, how to get further impact, because literally this is only happening with a very limited setup, with very limited investment. We want to make the passenger crossing experience more pleasant. We want to increase the throughput of trade by improving process flows, increasing staff. Because I promise you, if we spend another 100 billion rupees on it, you'll probably double the impact. Because you still have a setup which only works about 70 to 75%. And that is the sort of win-wins that we ought to be looking for. That's obviously not our only big economics. Perhaps when Hassan Dawood, our new board of investment head, was here on stage, and he's played a fantastic role along with the folks at APSMEC. Here, but in terms of signing what is Pakistan's most unique agreement, in terms of a special economic zone, where we are actually using the capabilities of international partners, in this case, renowned Chinese state companies, to JV with us on what should be Pakistan's most dynamic special economic zone that opens up significant export opportunities both to China, but also through the same Torkham border that we've pushed to open to Afghanistan and Central. We are, of course, also making big investments across the energy sector. We're making big investments, hopefully down the line, in the mines and minerals sector. We are going to be the fulcrum of Pakistan's tourism industry, and we need to work further because we believe in doing this in a focused manner on other industries such as housing, where there's also significant potential, because of the shortage of housing. Right? But so just think, as this market opens up for 45 million people, with the merger of the former tribal districts, the opportunity for economic activity in this province, even in challenging economic times for Pakistan, is actually significant. So that's two parts of the story. You know, there's the conditions in the economic potential. There's also the sort of well-known, well-worn story around how we are actually trying to increase and facilitate. But I think there's a third dimension to this story that I'd also briefly like to talk about. Because I think if we really want to champion economic prosperity, then we've also got to rethink government. And I promise you that if we rethink government in the right way, then we can actually unlock so much fiscal space. We can unlock so much fiscal space that in a country where the private sector economy is relatively underrepresented, it is important that the government spend as much as possible, right, pumping it into the economy rather than on unproductive spend. Right? And that is what will actually drive the economy. And there I can very proudly say that we lead what I would call in my previous job, the market. We lead the market. I hope, I believe, I firmly believe that we lead the federation. So just today, I'll tell you 4 or 5 different examples. Just today in the cabinet, we approved, I just tweeted about this, we approved the first ever really private sector type of performance incentive based program for our revenue authority. So the taxpayer money is not just simply going to people to turn up to work and go back, but it's going to deliver. This is perhaps the first of its kind in terms of we took 6 months to think of how to make sure that the incentives that we give to them will drive the right behavior and drive the right growth objectives, right? And not create perverse incentives, and then actually give that entire organization a performance incentive on that count, rather than just giving them an allowance. Now, this is massive because I think there's a lot of accountants in the room. Just to do the basic maths for you, we spend about 220 billion rupees on salaries, out of which about 100 billion rupees is what is called basic pay, and 120 billion rupees is on what is called allowances. And while a large chunk of these allowances should actually foster and encourage service delivery, none of this 120 billion, and the ratios are the same across every other province and the federal government, none of this potential top up, which is fair salary, is actually used to get people to do their job better. So to work as an incentive. That is a 120 billion, or 60% of the potential salary bucket of the budget that is given away without necessarily getting anything additional. We are changing that before anyone else is changing. Give you another example. When I started engaging with the department on how we take financial decisions, some of you will believe this because they will be close enough to government. Some of you will not believe this because you haven't been close enough to government. But it took me some time to realize that the way that government has traditionally taken financial decisions is by basically someone in the finance department looking at what is called the account 1 or the account 4 balance in the morning and saying, we have so much money at the bank, and this is going to dictate how much I can spend today on. This is incredible. I think in 13th century Venice, they probably managed accounts. In fact, I know they managed a lot better than traditional government accounting. And we need your help over it. Right? We're now trying to get more accountants, more chartered accountants, more CFAs on board to try and develop a more sophisticated view of how financial decisions, financial forecasting, and financial allocations are taken. And over the last year, we've changed that in government. You know that this is the only province that has actually almost released its entire development budget. We've released all money to all high spending departments, the ones that actually build infrastructure. We've released all money to every high impact project, and we released within the second quarter all money for the second and the third quarter, and before the end of January, we will probably release whatever is left. You know why we can do that? Because we moved away from that daily accounting system view of how to run government to create a financial forecast
as you would at your companies, and look at the revenues in that forecast, and look at our expenditure trends, and look at what we needed to do to actually take bold financial decisions and turn that into action within 2 months. And the impact of that over the province will be huge in the next 6 months, because you won't have the typical government cycle where 35% of spending happens in June and goes down the toilet. Right? That for me is again a province that is starting to lead the way to economic prosperity by trying to not create the incremental rupee of fiscal space in government, but by completely changing the game. And I look at this and I do this, I'm not an accountant, I'm not even a finance guy. I'm just someone with a lot of experience in general management who, therefore, as a general manager, has had a deep look at how CEO level financial decisions should be taken. But I can tell you that each of these decisions is creating significant impact in how the province is being run by creating what is really the holy grail of government, which is how much money we have available to spend and how effectively are we spending. We're also the first province that is going to completely integrate decision making across the current and development budgets, which is another notion which is sort of alien to government decision making in Pakistan. Every department seems to have 2 budgets, one for salaries and one for building infrastructure. Whereas if you look at it, the health budget is the health budget. I can choose to build new hospitals with it, I can choose to get more doctors, or I can choose to improve existing hospitals, and I can choose to do a little bit of all 3 in different combinations. But I will only have one pot of money for health, and I need to think about it top down. And for the first time, and perhaps more so than any other province, that is the way we're thinking about the budget and how to allocate it. We're doing it for the government as a whole, and the impact of that will be, this is the first year that every district in the province will have its most critical investments reflected in the budget, because they will have a first port of call on spending before anything else. This is also the first time when every critical or strategic spend will similarly have a first port of call. It's also the first time that when we think of additional recruitment, you know, I often get criticized for a move that I champion and own, which is increasing the retirement age, because people don't understand, A, that this saves a poor province 25 billion a year, 18 to 25 billion a year, that it saves it in perpetuity, because we change not just the retirement age and the early retirement age, and that the beneficiaries are the same people who are criticizing it, because it allows me not just to invest more money in the economy and the private sector that creates a multiplier of jobs, but it actually paradoxically also allows me to create more jobs in government, because rather than filling jobs that I'm simply filling because someone who's 60, say there's something called the daftari who retires at 60, just because the post is empty, I now need to get a daftari whose job is simply to pick paper from one office and take it to another office. I can actually use that money to hire a teacher in a school, and rather than have one teacher in a school, I can have 2 or 3 or 4 teachers in a school, and that will have a multiplier effect on how the poorest kids get educated, the quality of education that they get, and we're able to do that because we're actually saving that 25 billion rupees a year and investing it on the poorest people, the people who need that money the most. Investing it in creating more jobs in the government, investing it in creating more jobs in the private sector, and investing it in
more infrastructure that actually facilitates the lives of the poorest citizens. Again, I'm proud to say that KP is leading. We're also trying to facilitate the private sector. And I can tell you that we're nowhere near as facilitative or as dynamic as I hope to be. But we have a vision to actually be the first province in Pakistan that is actually business friendly. And while we're not there, because to be there, we have to get enough of the right people on board in technical roles. And we're in the process of doing that. I can give you 2 examples of how we have done that. Last year, we slashed taxes on services in 29 out of 58 categories, because for the first time we looked at the system holistically. And we are going to build on that by slashing fees further. In fact, let me make an announcement tonight based on a meeting we had with the Prime Minister on Monday. We will eliminate 100 different kinds of local government fees and taxes, which bring very little revenue but create a lot of potential for paid and rent seeking. They will be gone in less than 32 days. Similarly, by the next budget, we're going to massively simplify our tax regime further, not because I want to collect less money, as is proven by the fact that KPRA, as a result of the reform, is growing 83% year-on. To give you a comparison, in Punjab, growth is 23%, federal government's growth is 17%. We are growing 4 times more. And you know what makes me proud on that? And I'm actually going to KPRA after this because I make them work hard. But what makes me proud is I don't get any complaints about their professionalism. I don't get any complaints about their behavior. And while we've given them an incentive scheme, we've kept it conditional on the fact that we will verify their service delivery through independent surveys, and the quality of their service delivery and customer satisfaction cannot go down. June cannot come and they cannot be fixed. But to go back to what we say over here, I gave you one example of how we're actually dynamically increasing revenue, increasing service delivery, and we're doing this across the board. And the more of this kind of financial management that we do, I actually believe that we can find 50 to 100 billion rupees of fiscal space every year that, by being injected in the economy, can actually keep the province's economy afloat, and by keeping the province's economy afloat, can keep the country's economy afloat. The last thing that I'd say to this, spend my, what's critical to all this? What's critical to all this is that we actually get some of our best talent, some of our brightest minds, people who've got exposure and seen the world in the positions that can make a difference. And you and some of you are some of the people in this room who can actually do that. And the reason that we've achieved some of what we have is actually because we've started that sort of journey. We've got people like Hassan Dawood who actually bring investment attraction experience, and we've brought them here to now build a new investment organization so that they can actually make real that oft-used phrase of having a one-stop shop for investment. We're doing it in different departments. So we've got a reform unit in the finance department that's supporting me on all this budgetary reform, and it consists of people that all come from the market, from all over the country, including Pakhtunkhwa, including Lahore, including Islamabad. None of them are people that will ever want a permanent job in government, but they actually want to have an impact on changing their country. And we managed to work in detail to put in place the right recruitment rules, the right compensation policies, to get those people here and work and support many of the very good people in government to really make a difference. And the more of that kind of capacity we have, the faster our growth and improvement trajectory will be. That's my aspiration. We'll never be satisfied with our rate of growth, but we want to be satisfied with our effort, and we want to make sure that that rate is always increasing. Then with an anecdote, we have a donor-driven program on improving budget management and improving financial reform, and they were meeting me the other day, and they gave me a list of 10 initiatives that they thought the program should be doing over the next 3 years. They talked about integrated budgeting, so I said, but we're already doing that. And they talked about more transparency and data, and I actually had, in fact, we will release the first ever transparent expenditure report on the actual expenditure in the next couple of weeks, which is something that has never been done in this country. So they said we need to build that. I said, here's a copy and I have it. I'm just looking at the numbers. So the numbers are right. They talked about 3-year, 5-year budgeting. We said, again, we're doing that. So by the time we got to number 10, you know, they said we are also doing that. I said we should give them something because they ought to have something. I said, yeah, you can work on this. And I think what is important is you take away from the speech is the fact that this is a young province. This is maybe not the province that has the greatest ability. Maybe it's not the province with the biggest market. Maybe it's not the first place that you traditionally think of in terms of investment. But remember that this is a young province. This is a hungry province for success. This is a province that has aspiration, and most importantly, this is perhaps the most open place in Pakistan to change. So if that's an environment that you want to operate in, and that's an environment that you want to encourage, then come and help us build a better and more dynamic Pakhtunkhwa, because it will not just be a gateway to Pakistan's prosperity in terms of building more economic activity through greater trade and investment. It's actually going to be a gateway to Pakistan's prosperity by leading the journey to reform. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your views. Now is the time to acknowledge the supporting and sponsoring partners for today's conference. In order to acknowledge all of them, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Taimur Khan Jhagran to kindly present their giveaways to them. If I can have Asad Hamid Khan, Asad Malik Mahmood, and Muhammad Shahid on stage as well. The strategic partner for today's conference is Islami Private Limited. If we can have all of the team members of ACCA, if we can have Arif Masood Mirza and Ahmed Jan as well on stage. Because first we are going to present the memento to Minister for Finance. So all team members of ACCA can be here. team members of ACCA are going to present a memento to Mr. Taimur Khan Jhagara, Minister for Finance, Government of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Now we acknowledge the sponsoring partners for today's conference. Our strategic partner is Bank Islami Private Limited. If we can have on stage Manager Area Abdul Malik Paraja Sahab. The platinum partner for today's event is DHA Peshawar. If you can have Director Finance Tayyab Mahmood on stage with us, please. So now we have Director Finance Tayyab Mahmood from our platinum partner DHA Peshawar on stage. I would like to invite another platinum partner, the Bank of Khyber. If we can have the MD Ehsan with us on stage. Mr. Ehsan from the Bank of Khyber. The next platinum partner is Rahman Medical Institute, and if we can have CEO Shafiqur Rahman on stage with us, please. He's not here, so we can have the Director of Finance on stage. The next sponsor is a gold partner, Professionals Academy of Commerce. If you can have the Principal Khwaja Awais Bilal on stage, please. So if you can have you on stage. Professionals Academy of Commerce. Mubarak Sahab, we can have you on stage. The last partner for today's event is the gold partner SCAN Schools of Accountancy Peshawar. If you can have the Director Arif Hassan Sahab on stage, please. We are thankful to Mr. Taimur Khan Jhagara, Minister for Finance, Government of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, for gracing the occasion with his presence. Thank you, sir. For the closing address, we can have Mr. Harun Ahmed Jan on stage. With this address, we declare the ceremony closed after this address.
I think what a phenomenal event this was, and what a very relevant closing to this session. The young and hungry province of KP. So I could not stand too much for too long between Manila, but so I'll very quickly wrap up. I think a lot of very encouraging things said by the worthy minister. A lot of improvements in the way the province is being governed, so governance structure is being changed. But ACCA at the same time is also playing its part in making sure that the public-private partnership really demonstrated. So I would like to say, number one, the minister talked about one department, KPRA, 80% increase in revenue generation, and he used the words professional and ethical people
And I take pride in the fact that a lot of ACCA members in this particular city are joining KPR. A lot of professionals are now gathering in this state-owned enterprise. And this is what happens when you have a thorough professional a workforce of professionals who've been trained appropriately. This is what happens. Secondly, ACCA World Bank got together and came up with the much needed PSM project qualification, which was to bridge the gap, the skills gap that we have in the public sector in the management of finance. The pilot of this project has already been completed. Hopefully from June onwards, the delivery of the project will also begin. And KP government and Balochistan government, Fatah government, have signed an MOU with ACCA, where ACCA will come forward and develop the qualification now be delivered. A very quick glimpse of what was discussed in the panel discussions. Digital transformation, and very wisely said, it is a journey, not just an instance. And I think we are at the moment, at the start of this journey, and a lot has to come. Similarly, talking about the entrepreneurship ecosystem, a lot was said about the importance of fund management, the importance of finances for young entrepreneurs. And I must say that academia, incubation centers, financial institutions, they should all come together to create an enabling environment for these young entrepreneurs who can then give the boost, the much needed boost to our economy. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all our sponsors and partners in this very, very successful event. So our strategic partner, Bank Islami, our platinum partners, Bank of Khyber, DHA, and RMI, and our gold partners, TAP and Scans. A very big round of applause for all of them. And at the same time, a huge round of applause for our supporting partners and our community partners and every other organization and individual who has helped us deliver this excellent conference. Last but not the least, I talk about the phenomenal amount of work that the ACCA team has put together and the volunteers who are working with us in making sure that we deliver an event which speaks of its tribute of ACCA's event. So I will name each and every one of them. So Asad Mahmood Malik. Asad, are you there? Come forward and take a call. Courtesy of the and Mohammed Shahid. And can I ask all the volunteers also to stand up and show their faces? All right, can we have them on the stage, please? All these young boys and girls, can you come up on the stage and show your faces? Show the audience of who's behind this event. Please come up on the stage. Do photograph with the team from the Board Islamabad has come up as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, this was the team, the young professionals that ACCA has trained, who've made this event possible. A huge round of applause for them. Thank you very much. And departing with the commitment that ACCA will keep coming, will keep bringing you here, will keep bringing topical subjects for discussion, and keep making sure that we play our part in making KP Pakistan's economic gateway to prosperity. Thank you very much and enjoy your dinner.
खाना खाते हैं उसके बाद क्लोजिंग करते हैं।